Yeah. Intro to O. And my dude, that Timbuktu the Ave. Renew your path. Shun the condition. And not the who, what, when, where, and you are from. Put the higher in hierarchy. Crime obtain a picture, no crime.
Copy.
And we are live. That's how you start the show, okay? With the Revolutionary Vanguards in the building, okay? The African Insurrection Revolutionary Vanguards is in the building. And the African Warlord Goddess in the building. You understand? I'm like that real Hannibal, not that cracker that was on the 18. I love it when the plan come together. You understand? I love it when the gods get together. I love it when the goddess get together with the gods. I love it when the African Revolutionary Vanguards is in the building. Right? So I know that wasn't the normal intro, but that's how we doing it right now. We here, we live, it's going down. It's John Jack Dessalines Eve. You understand what I'm saying? It's born day in the morning. So it's going down tonight. We got the Vanguard here. We got the African Insurrection Motivation, the African Insurrection Movement, the African Insurrection Music. And we assemble here on Do Knowledge Radio to be Harriet Shotgun. Shotgun for shotgun. So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some, present to others. Asafo in the bill.
Asafo, you already.
Avenue. And the
real heavy.
What? Heavy. What's happening? Black Power, BB48.
Already Milwaukee County in the building, you know, Matriarch Music, Asafo Gang. Appreciate you having me, man. You know, we in the building. One half of Harriet Shotgun. It's the Gorilla album we hear. You know, it's the listening party. Get it?
Word. Doc Mott.
Slide 4 was good, family. Doc Mott.
What's good, big bro?
Happy to see you up in here. This y'all day. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I know we had a listening party that was scheduled, and during the festivities or everything else, we kind of got caught up in the whirlwind. So I want to take an opportunity, and I enlisted the aid of a Safo Warrior S to be up in here in the building because, you know, it's a U and the F right here. You understand? So we put this together, and let's give a just due to Harriet Shotgun because we are Harriet Shotgun in the building. Sista Rae, let you kick it off with the first question, and then I'll follow up. Unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you know?
All right. Are we listening to the track first? Am I still on mute?
We'll proceed to track.
Yeah.
I know you got it.
We playing a track first? I hear you, Queen. You said, are we playing the track first?
Yes.
Are we going right into the intro, or was y'all asking a question? Was good?
The intro.
Okay, already we going into the intro. That's a bet. And we right back. Already, let's do it. Let's go. Yeah, O took off crazy. and I just try to, you know what I'm saying, put the stamp on it. This the you know, the beginning of the end of hip hop as you know it. So it's definitely let's do it. Wow. That's crazy. Let's try this one. Wow. Definitely wasn't just having these issues playing this music. Wow. What's going on, yeah? Oh man. Yo, it's definitely not looking good right now. It's definitely not looking good. Meantime, in between time. If y'all can still hear me, I don't hear nobody.
Bro, we on mute.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we good. We hear you.
I already. I'm gonna just have to try to
I
find.
can hear knowledge. Okay.
All right, that's a bit. We're gonna have to do it like that until I can see what's going on with this. Can y'all hear that? Is that clear?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Already.
Intro to O, and my dude that timber to the Ave for new your path, shut the condition, and not the who, what, when, where, and you are from at last. Put the higher in higher art, climb up, paint a picture, no crime, a repping Garvey,
and all this godly.
Sorry, I'm warrior Mossy, Zulu pull up on posse and catch a body. Enemies staring hard, declaring war while we staring fair and all. Do say they generals and couldn't even train a dog. My patience is gone and my circle getting smaller. Going nuts like George Washington Carver. Stop playing with me, kinfolk, before I split your pinto. Bigger figure get low. Reparations been due, separations been due, elevations been due, elevations been due. The rejected stone is now the cornerstone. I melted down my crown and throne to give the people more gold. Let there be no doubt the devil severed the umbilical cord from mama, but we still have a spiritual bond. Yes, the black man is God. Yes, black woman is God. Yes, the black family God sent. With my physical, mental, and spiritual faculties intact, I'm going all in. I'm not coming out till we all in. Till we all fill my cup to the dawn rim. Perfect drink for the son of the sun. Nourish skin and internal deodorant. Guns give them the runs like Cinnapod. Shooter like a senator. Try to make me OD like Capadonna on Winter Wars. BK to the crew, no cliche. Owen I can tune, I'm in tune. This one I spit as an offering to Oshun. I spent a lifetime, 9 months in a womb. Labor of love, flavor and pain, marinated in. Got a lot of kin, but Granny made me feel like I was a favorite. She prayed to Jesus Crystal, show me nothing but love, even though I was a pessimist, yo. Goddamn, I miss her. I ain't gonna lie, fam, I miss her. What can I say? I'm a grandma's boy. Yeah. What can I say? I'm a grandma's boy. And to be supercilious to ignore how poor my city is. You can get rocked in a million. Quick thoughts, dark as Dravidians, march across meridians. And across here is a mini miss and tripping. Couldn't find about Dravidian. Linked up with a Sappho gang. Pushing dope lines, it's not cocaine. Overcame colossal pain. Here it ain't no safety, cause them blocks gon' bang. That gas, they can't stop the flame. Like Madhi told me, getting on the tracks, don't stop the train. They tried to lock the game, but we off the chains, always captain. All in plain, they like, what is y'all insane? Never word the garbage name. I know somebody stuck up in the cell thinking this is all in vain. So many faking the fall for the applause and fame. Yeah, and sit them for the auto rain. Look for us in the storm. This is a menace form. Fury with fury like women scorn. Resurrect the matriarchs. Bury all the turncoats. Preserve hope. Liberation, what I yearn for. Making steps without standing depth. Or prepare for death. Never war, the answer's yes. We got now handles next. Triple dress won't be a Vic. I'm rolling with a band of vets. Make our examples best. Don't get it twisted. It ain't all about the handle jacks and poor handle checks. We here to free the land, no less. It's a must, we stand tall, the Vanguard, we been a shield and staff. Good with guerrilla warfare, we civil bad. Ancestors watching over us, but we still be strapped. Think it's a game and try your luck, like they won't make it back.
This is a united front. Bro, Safo. You dig? Shotgun is shotgun. Rah.
Yes. Okay. So we have context. So when I'm quoting these lyrics, people can follow me, right? So I was locked in from the intro. Can y'all hear me? I don't think I took myself off. Okay, I did. Y'all hear me? Oh no.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you, Queen.
Okay. All right. So I was locked in from the intro. Every syllable of this verse of the first verse, Doc Madhi, resonated with me. Like I am enthralled by my older son recognizing the ancestral acknowledgement and being compelled to inquire about analogies. When you say going nuts like George Washington Carver, stop playing with me, kinfolk. Like when he heard that, he was just like, it made him think, it made his wheels turn, right? And then my younger son, walking around the house chanting elevations been due, like that speaks to him. So first I want to say gratitude, King, for continuously providing that educational opportunity through the enlightenment of every bar, right? So my question is, I have often heard musical artists like evade the inherent responsibility that comes with the influence of their lyrics. Doc Madhi, is it your intention to impact African youth in a way that influences their psyche and train of thought? And if so, if that is your intention to have that influence, why? I think we lost them. I don't see the picture on the screen. Everybody still on mute? No, Knowledge, you're off mute. Let me see what happened.
Question.
Yeah, Doc Madhi back. I don't know if you heard the question, my Doc, or if you heard the question, or if you can speak on it. Sister, you want to repeat the question one time for
I surely will. So I was giving you gratitude with regards to being able to connect with the youth in the way that you do through your lyrics. And my question is it your intention to have such an impact on our youth in the way that it influences their psyche through your bars? And if that is your intention, why?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for that compliment. It's definitely intentional, but I think as an artist, when you create, you hope that you make the connection. It's not necessarily gonna be the result, but I'm very grateful for the fact that it does connect, and it's definitely an intention. What I try to do when I put my words together is I try to make it where the listener has an experience where you're not just gonna get something on your first listen or even your second listen, but if you come back to it a a year later, you didn't listen to a whole bunch of stuff and you decide to pick it back up, you'll be able to get something from it at the same time. That's definitely how I try to craft my lyrics.
Indeed. So there are two other quotes that I have. Let there be no doubt the devil severed the umbilical cord from mama, but we still have a spiritual bond, yes. The black man is God, yes. Black woman is goddess.
Yes.
Right, the black family God sent. With my physical, mental, and spiritual faculties intact, I'm going all in. I'm not coming out until we all in.
All in.
Until we
man.
all in. Listen,
Right.
I'm ready to.
Right.
Woo, Lord, it do something to my spirit when I tell you, let me tell you. So this verse is in line with those two verses are in line with my entire being, right? Because of everything we do for the liberation of Africans. And those three key aspects, the physical, mental, spiritual faculties, that must be optimized. That must be balanced in order to optimize our abilities in this fight on the battlefield, right?
Absolutely.
Also because health maintenance and African liberation is what I live and teach my sons. And it is refreshing for me to hear music that feels as though it was designed with us in mind, right? So speaking of alignment, you say, O and Akhenaten are in tune. And so me, Omo, I am a child of Oshun. So here I find myself again in the space of validation. And you say labor of love, flavored in pain, marinated in. Got a lot of kin, but Granny made me feel like I was her favorite.
Oh.
Right. My granny, Betty Jean Crocheron Ashe, born January 12th. I'm
Ashe.
January 4th. Ashe. I'm born January 14th. We are each other's strains. So a question for both of you. How have your grannies influenced your lives? And what in particular about your granny's Ashe influenced this offering?
Man, it's crazy that you it's something that we left out of, like, kind of the titling of the intro. The whole fact that it's a grandma's boy joint, and just the energy that we bring in with Harriet Shotgun, giving reverence to the divine feminine. I know my grandmother, specifically my father's mother, had such an impact over my life that she raised my mother, and she was able to have a profound impact on me that I didn't even understand as it pertains to like my activism, or me even wanting to have the will to get up and do something. I found out later on, after she transitioned, or actually right before she transitioned, a lot of the work that she did in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, back in the 70s and back in the 60s to get legislation put in a place to make sure that Black people wasn't dying anymore, because there was some things happening on the east side in the mill where we was dying in the winter because they was cutting the electricity off during the winter. You'll get cold as hell in the mill. They was putting in some real work to make sure that changed. And kind of my path to where I am now came through activism and that type of work before I really woke up and started to see what kind of war we really in. My grandmother, she was extremely fearless, and one thing she did, kind of like my mother, she feed everybody, and she'd never feed you nothing that she wouldn't eat, and she was gonna tell you if what you was trying to feed her wasn't good. So I try to be that way. I try to make sure that I'm only spitting and only giving out what I would want for myself and for my descendants, and I'm gonna make sure I'm telling you if what you saying is fugazi. You feel me? That's all Willie Mae. You did. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, it's crazy. Me and the brother Akhenaten, they share a lot of similarities, a lot of parallels in our lives, and I could pretty much say the same thing about my grandmother. I think a lot of people can relate to the fact that when you I said it in the song, Granny made me feel like I was her favorite. But then when my grandmother transitioned and I went to her funeral, I realized that she was everything to everybody. So many people can say the same things that I said about her, and just her giving spirit and her warmth towards family and friend alike, and I get a lot of that from her, my father's mother as well. So she was heavy on my mind when we started doing this project, so that's why I said those bars and in alignment with just the mental, spiritual, physical, breaking down the importance of every member of the family. You know what I mean? Because we are God. Some will say the man is or the woman is, and I think if we don't recognize at this point that the Black family collective itself is God and is all aspects of it is important, then I think that we're really doing ourselves a disservice to even stop and have that type of argument at this point.
Indeed.
Ashe.
Ashe. UniverCity Ave. Vegan chef Akintunde Yetunde. We had a nice segue, labor of love, flavored in pain, marinated in Milwaukee County. Brew City Blues. You bring us through, Asheo, you bring us through South Asia with your thoughts, dark as Dravidians, marching across meridians, in the crosshairs of many men set tripping. First of all, will you allow us to digest the fact that a force of your magnitude has ascended up from Milwaukee? Like, I didn't even know it was Black people in Milwaukee.
It's crazy people say that, but Milwaukee really, like, listen, y'all, like Milwaukee really, anybody who can make it there, I really feel like we could make it anywhere. Like, for real, it really don't, I'm the only non-East Coast member of United Front as far as the MCs go, and I'm also the youngest, so it mean a lot for me to come from Milwaukee and to represent the Shield, for real. Yeah,
Indeed. So as we are going to concentrate on Harriet Shotgun, since we are with Knowledge Born Allah on Do the Knowledge Radio, celebrating the African Goddess Supreme Queen during September's 2020's Black Goddess Empowerment Series, it would be remiss of me not to give praise to Value 1 of the Offset Papers, Mahogany Benevolence, indeed.
Fire.
I know we are.
Bars, man. Hey, she got bars on the low. She trying to really.
I'm not.
I see the weave.
So I know we are in full support of United Front, the Vanguard, but I need the Africans to go to www.ufsafo.com. If you don't have the Offset Papers, grab that. You'll also find other hidden treasures like Ambassador O, Doc Madhi, Cypher Incomplete, Dito Green's Church in the Field, Bomani UFG, Black Power, Manhood Rap, the Summer 2020 Cypher in the Field for Manhood Papers.
You did.
Yes, as well as what brings us here this evening, Harriet Shotgun. UniverCity Ave, you say, linked up with the Sappho gang pushing dope lies. It's not cocaine overcame colossal pain. Here it ain't no safety cause them Glocks go bang. Originally, there was insurrection African music that shortly became the genre African insurrection music. Will you please give the people a peek into how AIM is the perfect magazine wheel for you to insert those flames, chamber the spitfire, as it relates to the actual community work you've done on the battlefield of the Ma'afa in Milwaukee County?
Yeah, so everything. This one reason why, like you said, why I linked up with a Sappho gang. the work is just as important as the music. Like actually having an impact on a BB Fahoudie is just as important as the music, not just being the dopest MCs, even though, you know, ain't nobody touching us. It ain't close. You know, the work is just as important. And everything that I write is just, it's my life. This is what I do. You know, everything that I'm talking about, everything that I'm saying, it's not for show. It is to be able to articulate our story in a particular way, so that it's favorable for us, you know. But other than that, it's all facts. It's exactly how I feel and what I think, and it reflects the work that I did in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The work that was constant from, you know, anything that I was doing with children, constant mentorship, you know, I was giving away vegan food way before I was a vegan. I was cooking vegan food and giving away when we did, you know, our different Feed the People projects with the All Black Everything movement that I was a part of back in the day. There's a lot of movements I was part of, but even when I said overcame colossal pain, I was actually speaking about the work that I was doing in Milwaukee, because the only time I ever really been betrayed was dealing with people in this conscious movement, trying to build, you know, towards liberation. Those are the only times I've really been betrayed in my life, as far as, you know, a pain outside of, you know, my people transitioning, you know, my ancestors. Outside of that, that's the only time I could feel like, you know, I felt like a real colossal pain, dealing with brothers and sisters who say that they about the things that we about. So that's kind of what I was speaking about, you know, in that verse.
Indeed. Knowledge born not lie. What you got for us?
Millbrook. Yeah.
I want to hear y'all take on the cover. I don't know. Maybe y'all heard it in the midst of everything that was going on at the other listening party. I want to know y'all thoughts on the cover, kind of your mind frame. What's some of the things that y'all see on the cover since we had the intro?
When I first saw the cover, what stood out to me was the smoke, the H and the S, and of course the buckshot. So immediately I was just like, who did this? And so that's a question. Who did that? Who created that cover?
Sista Afi. She melanated grapes. I believe it's melanated grapes. Yeah. It's whenever y'all get the physicals, y'all should be getting those early next week, sister. You know, we definitely gave her credit. Yes, it's melanated grapes. Afia Shea, you know, she did the artwork along with Mental Son helped us as well. The concept, as you could tell, is, you know, it came from another sister who presented down at the conference, or not down, within the conference, the 100 Years in the Whirlwind. Just a picture that she had that we thought was dope. You know, she was sitting on the caddy with the shotty, and it was real important for us to depict Harriet Shotgun in a particular manner, because she wasn't, you know, she was real feminine in the sense of, you know, she was the blueprint. You understand what I'm saying? But she wasn't. She was fearless. You understand what I'm saying? I want to make sure she not holding the banger like this, or she aiming it right at you. Each barrel, you know what I'm saying? One of these barrels is UniverCity Ave. The other barrel is Doc Madhi. You know what I'm saying? We got a buckshot and a slug in here. It don't matter which one you catch. It's a problem for you. You understand what I'm saying? And you might not. For those of you, you know, who probably didn't check it out, it's hidden treasures all within the cover. You know what I'm saying? For those who want to, you know, take a deeper look. I ain't even gonna put it all out there right now, but it's definitely there for you. It's definitely there for you.
I'm gonna also add on. Now, as far as you know, this is an unconventional album cover in the sense that all you see is uh Mama Harriet, shotgun, Cadillac, and it's the all white background besides the background being perforated a little bit with the shots. You know, that also is to bring focus to exactly that. You know, if you look a little closer on the car, you're gonna see United Front, a United Front emblem. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Because United Front, this AIM music, that is the vehicle to get into the mind and the subconscious. You know, this is our vehicle. The enemy has many vehicles and many tools and many ways to do the same thing. So our, you know, our weapon of choice has to be stronger and way more potent. So, you know, part of why we made it like this is to make sure that the image and the message itself will be just way more concentrated. You ain't got to look around too much and, you know, have your mind centered on too much. Just Harriet that shotgun and a modernized version of the vehicle to which we're gonna liberate Africans.
No, don't sleep on the white either. I don't think we actually mentioned it a couple of times on the joint. And for those of us, you know, who are in the tradition, we practice Ifa. Myself and Doc Madhi, we both are under the same Orisha. You know what I mean? So when you see that white, it's more than just um, whiteness. You understand? It's more than just blankness. It's for discernment. It's for clear judgment, for purity. It's a lot of different responsibilities that go with it, and it's a reason why Harriet got on all white as well. You know, from the background to the car to Harriet rocking the all right with the clued out bandana. You understand what it is? You know, it's all symbolism, and it all means something in particular. Believe that. Yeah, you see the clued out bandana,
All right.
fire.
Let me slide in there for a second. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Indeed.
Hold
When we
on,
look
Harriet.
at munitions, when we
Oh
look
my.
at munitions,
God.
and we see entry wounds, right? And we see grouping, because we're Harriet Shotgun. If you look at Harriet's shotgun, they said buckshots or slugs. And you see that there's a differentiation between the sizes of these particular rounds that came out of the shotgun, this double barrel shotgun. So you see the impact, but are you paying attention to the details? The kind of grouping that it takes to be able to fire a double barrel shotgun and to get this kind of grouping, meaning where these particular rounds landed at this target. So one buckshot and one slug. The buckshot has a larger spray, and the slug has a smaller spray. So just looking at that right there, the kind of care and the detail that goes along with it, both of them are going to make an impact. With those entry wounds, they look like that. You don't want to see the exit wound. You understand what I'm saying to you? So now look
Mm.
at the African insurrection impact in regards to the entry wound. One is larger than the other one. So it's interchangeable as you listen to the project, which, for you makes the biggest impact. You understand? But they both make an impact. You don't want to see the exit wound. You understand? So if you see this advanced marksman sitting firing posture, you know, I can see the shadow at the bottom of the vehicle. The vehicle didn't change. The vehicle ain't even getting modern. It's a vehicle on its course on a particular path with the train tracks at the bottom. I can still see them. You understand what I'm saying? So Harriet's shotgun was the vehicle that was a deterrent for cowardice. It was a symbol of protection. It was a symbol of understanding that there was only one, it was a one-way destination towards liberation. There was no looking back. There was no going back. So that renewed understanding that these lyrics come together in that same kind of focus with that direction moving forward. And as you alluded to, with the all white, with the clear head, and with the blue representing that water, that tumultuous water of travel that you trek through. To
Also, mother,
you see what I'm saying? To know the dog scent because you got bloodhounds chasing you all the way to freedom. You understand? They hunting after you. And if you get caught up, you going back or you getting stronger. You understand what I'm saying? So to alleviate that, the shotgun was there. You see what I'm saying? So all of it together got a semblance in regards to, the adages that's associated with Mom Harriet. I never ran my train off the track and I never lost a passenger. You see what I'm saying? And the other one, Harriet would have shot your ass. You understand what I'm saying? So you got that renewed understanding. If you chose to walk on this path, this is the only thing that's left for you. And I think that's a great reminder. You understand what I'm saying? And the last thing I'm going to say before we go to track 2, y'all bearing witness to the melodic, masterful, matriarchal minds right here. The 4 M's. From the university. So I'm good. If y'all good, we got track 2.
Yeah, track 2, Denmark Vesey. You all ready?
Us against the world and all bets is off. Ready, it's time to get it on. Call up your peeps, get the heat, you gotta let it off. Freedom.
That's as loud as it goes.
We about to set it off. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Call up your peeps, get the heat, who gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. It all came to me in a dream. We about to paint the town red, black, and green. Can't nobody kill our children, smack our queens. We gon' make it through the rapture clean, unafraid to blast the things. They gon' hate it when we crash the scene. Been too big for our britches, they couldn't match our jeans. Tried to put out the spark, now we spreading gasoline. Ready to bust and blow. Trust we know it's more than combustible. But we rather be clutching throats than picking cotton. Best believe freedom getting gotten, liberation move everything. Around me, they can tell them bury me when they found me. We coming for the county, knowing that they coming for the bounty. It's now or never. Wars for the hope, blessed revenge for the young, faith for the broken. I can hear the mother, the land crying from across the ocean. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready. It's time to get it on. Call up your peeps, get the heat, gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab them and shake it ready, it's time to get it off. Peeps get the heat, who gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. Look for me in the whirlwind. Time for Armageddon, let their world in. Can you put it on the line, are you certain? Can you put it on the line, are you certain? It ain't truly yours if you can't protect it. Your women, your children, your life, your possessions. No more reacting, let's take the offensive. A pension for just intensive, intensive fire. Freedom's my only desire. Pain and sacrifice required. Warriors is all I admire. Ancestors guide us. Obisha, Destiny's destiny. Laser beam focus guarantees victory. Stockpiling food and water. Sharpen up on my shoot time power. Revolution. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Pull up your peeps, get the heat, gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Pull up your peeps, get the heat, gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. It all came to me in a dream. About to paint the town red, black, and green. I'm sending this one out to the Black Marine. When they're done shooting, and that Afghans come back and show the teams go. How to properly aim and load the magazine. Need to study the basics, like how to plant a seed. Imagine being in shackles, hearing your dad scream repeatedly. They raped her, but they didn't break her. We come from a line of warriors. African greatness. Pyramids were built by us, so aliens to spaceships. But I drop the shotgun, the rest in peace, the big yakin. The doctrine that I'm dropping for your mind from the fires. Black babies about to be free. You never cry, you never protect the pride. Walking in the wild with my lioness. Singing to God, I know the question is hard. So I'ma live by example as I smash the facade.
Revolution.
Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it off. Peeps, get the heat, we gotta let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it up.
Man, that's that John right there, though. You did. Yeah, that's that John right there, man. Doc, Sista Rae, y'all with me today?
My personal,
y'all with me
yeah, I'm here, G. Yeah, that's one of my personal favorites right there.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Sure.
One of them right there.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. I don't know what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Denmark Vesey.
Yeah.
UniverCity Ave. You come in. My first question, where you say, can't nobody kill our children, smack our queens. This track, for me, evokes a nostalgic and a Sankofa spirit because it brought back memories of literal protection, which was demonstrated by my family members, my dad, my brother, cousins, friends, right? But not until 2020, not until, I want to say, early summer 2019 did I know that there were men, like there were actual men out here who did not know of my existence, yet they felt a responsibility for me. And that was through going to the manhood lecture in Birmingham, Alabama. Irritated Genie and Baba Baruti. And then I went to the women's conference in Maryland, where I met the Vanguard, Bomani and Doc Madhi, right? Mm-hmm. So my question for you regarding that actual bar, at what age was the principle of protection instilled in you? And why do you know it is your personal responsibility to honor that principle?
As long as I can remember, it was my duty to protect my sisters, even though they were older than me. I always knew that. As long as I can remember, my mother told me that it was my duty to protect Black women. As long as I can remember, it was something that I knew that I would have to go out on a limb to do. As long as I can remember, and it's something that was preached, basically. It was something that was actually said to do. Like, yeah, you're supposed to protect Black women. That's on you. You feel me? If you see something, do something. Don't just, look the other way. So as young as I can remember, that's something that was. My mother didn't say a lot of things twice. I promise you, she didn't. But that's something that she would say more than once.
Indeed. I don't know what's going on with my audio, but it sounded like you were fast forwarded.
I might talk a little fast.
But I got the gist of it. It was instilled in you through how you were reared, your mother, right? And that's exactly what I teach my sons. That is their responsibility, even when they did go to brick and mortar schools from ages 1 through 7. They understood that that is not your terrain, but because we are navigating it, you have to understand who you're for, and who's going to look to you and what your responsibilities are to them, right? As young Black men. And people used to ridicule, like, they too young, they don't need to know that, and they not thinking about nothing like that. I think people fail to realize that children, all behavior is learned, and whatever it is that you instill in them is what they'll know. That is what they will demonstrate, right? So, ashe to your mom for understanding the importance of that, right? Then you go into, we gonna make it through the rapture clean, unafraid to master things. Been too big for our britches. They couldn't match our jeans. Those words for me were empowering, and it is empowering to those of us going through the re-Africanization process. Mm-hmm. Some of us know that we are genetically superior, a genetically superior force of nature, but many of us have been conditioned on a path in the opposite direction of self-determination. So due to that conditioning, we often begin to rely on the systems that were actually designed to disable our critical thinking and impede the development of our confidence. So when you say unafraid to master things, that's important, right? Coming out of something that you are so used to, especially if you've been walking in it for 30 years, right? Mm-hmm. Question, what have you observed or experienced that compelled you to compose those bars?
Well, basically, so kind of what you was getting into, at that point in my life, I was still a Christian. You hear what I'm saying? So like, I was still learning about our story and learning about the different things that we went through as a people. When I was saying we gonna make it through the rapture clean, my belief system at the time was that there would be a rapture and that there would be a certain amount of people that was going to be living afterwards, and then it was only going to be like, you understand me? And that those of us that was fighting for African liberation would make it through. I knew that no matter what, that sovereignty and a beautiful Houdier was on the other end of what I was fighting for, and my faith system that I was following at the time. I had to make it make sense to me in my mind. So what I was describing, what was, basically, this is how we going to do it, because regardless of anything else, when I say that rapture, I'm talking about when it goes down physically, when it's time to physically
absolutely
go to war. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying ain't nothing to be afraid of. Like what it is. What we gonna die again and come back again. I'll be back. It is what it is.
Ashe. You go into, we'd rather be clutching throats than picking cotton. Best believe freedom getting gotten, liberation move everything around me. If I don't make it, tell them bury me where they found me. We coming for the county, knowing that they coming for their bounty. It's now or never. War is for the hopeless, revere is for the young, faith is for the broken. I can hear the motherland crying from across the ocean. Oh my God. Like, this is soul music for the warrior. It's soul music for the man. Can you, I know they your lyrics, but I'm asking you, can you feel it?
It's crazy. Listen, it's crazy just hearing somebody else say my shit. It's still crazy hearing somebody say my shit, but those words they ring true, and like it's only one way we gonna get it. It's only one way we gonna get it. And when, like, especially that last part, like, I really do, like, I never feel disconnected from Africa. I never feel like there is a part of Africa that is not a part of me. You know what I mean? And that led to the track that we're gonna talk about later on, I'm sure. But that's specifically like it was and still is a real feeling. You know, I never hear that part of the song and don't feel it. It doesn't matter how many.
I almost just broke my hand on this table.
I never don't feel that part. You understand what I'm saying? It's a real connection that we have to the motherland that, you know, it's fire. It's fire.
It is. Doc Madhi. You with us?
Yes.
Yes. So the first time I heard your verse, I had to listen to it 4 times, like back to back in one sitting, because I understood that my ears weren't fully trained for African insurrection music. Like it sounds good, I can bop to it, it moves my spirit. But when I heard this, like when I heard your verse, I couldn't hear past you singing. But something was tugging at me, so I sat with it until I could hear you. And then it was like it infused my soul. This was a summons, a challenge, a realization, and ancestral reassurance. Now it's like the most beautiful serenade and call to arms encased in brass. Like, I don't hear what I've heard when I first listened to it. And you spoke to that earlier when you say sometimes you got to put it down, leave, come back sometime later and listen to it again and be able to absorb it the way and use it in the way that is intended. We have is Bomani still here with us in the chat? Because he has a verse. We played his verse. And I want to speak to the way that he came in, and literally he begins with UniverCity Ave's verse, the beginning of it, and ends with Doc Madhi's verse. All of his lyrics in between, it reinforces the essence of the offering. But in his reinforcement, he reminds Black servicemen when he talks about the Marines. What does he say? When you done shooting the Afghans, come back and show the team. For that reminder that you're fighting in someone else's war, but when you come home, you have to understand we're still on the war front as well. When you come back, right? And then he graphically shocks the hearts of the grandbabies when he talks about Nana, brings back to mind who we are, honors our revolutionary ancestors when he speaks to rest in peace to Ben Yakane. Then he unveils our enemy, Leviathan, moves into ensuring the protection of our future when he lets our babies know that they'll never cry again. And ends with the charge onto the battlefield as the example. He says, I'ma live by example as I smash the facade. It's a revolution, which is also the ending of Doc Madhi's verse. Powerful. But Denmark Vesey was written, that wasn't over the course of this past year. When did you all bring Denmark Vesey to us?
I originally wrote the track in 2014, I believe. And I linked up with United Front in 2016, or 2015. It was 2016. It was 2016. It was 2016. So this is the first track that me and Doc ever got on. And this is the first track that me and Bo got on after Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like the first offering to United Front that I ever made. That's why I put it right after the intro. That's why I put it right after the intro.
Doc, you was gonna say something?
Oh no, just reiterating what he was saying.
If nothing else, I think we lost knowledge for a moment, but we can move into the third track if y'all want.
Yeah, third track, Jealousy. It's another one of them joints. Already.
Being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death. The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news articles to the press, accusing me and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case, the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officers could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists.
I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. I'm just trying to dodge these fellas. I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. UniverCity. Hey, I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. I ain't chasing the blood. I'm on 100%. Screaming gas, what's gonna cover the city? Now I ain't focused on another event. I'm trying to make sure all the sisters and brothers make rent without catching another offense. I bet leather will smother the prince. I read that black is the color of strength. You get green, lames grow envious. Think we won't take it back. I'm more Indian than Cleveland. And no casinos, concrete, dream crutches, what we know with fear cocktails. Feeble, 5-0, put a brick on your head like Craig did Debo. The friends frontin' kilos and we so head hunting for zeros. Wanna be heroes, your bloods get cracked on the smoke like Primos. All for the road of Evo. So they know it's my stilo. Somebody hate, I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. Hey, I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. It's my stilo. It's so my soul.
You know my steez.
It's my stilo. It's so my soul. 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 It's my stilo. So funny, the jealous got me strapped like Spice One. The haters inverted love. You fools is making me your icon. Survive torrents of torment, and I'm living proof. Don't know if they come around to pray or pray. Like Dylan Roof, the cave dwellers got avatars and standards, so you gon' have to show me more than your darn skin. The carnage at the Audubon was brought upon by jealousy and COINTEL, spreading the section. Your organization gon' go to hell. Sometimes petty or fervor murder is the motive. Excuse me, global African supremacy got me bloated. Yeah, quoted and told it. Hoping I pop a copper cracker before I smother a brother. In the heat of the moment, you can have the fame. I just want to see the spoils when I work hard. Catch shot for the king of the junkyard. River over the overture. Watch the venomous overtures. I'm out the street, but still connected like a lotus bird. Worry about phone tags, watching sweet somethings that pillow talk. The slightest suspicion, you get curved like a scimitar. I'm your inner god. Keep the warning, cause the morning be the celebration. Hope you gon' reach your goal of final destination. Primal self-preservation is rule numero uno. River national, international, urban, suburban, no rural. Remember, I go hard, no F's on my report card. So if I spill them, a first-time felon can afford the charge. Too much much to lose to entertain or play the guessing game. While when we have no disputes, split noodle, I ain't stretching thing. Damn, biatch. Hell with the fame of Fiat. That ain't why we rock African liberation. I live it and hope you can dig it
like Dia, Bia. Man.
Yes, yes. I had a lot of fun recording that one.
Man.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
So outside of the Midwest,
That one.
man. Now, why can I hear myself twice?
Whoa. Whoa.
So outside of the Midwest,
That
man. Now, why can I hear myself twice?
Whoa.
So outside of the Midwest, man. Now, why can I hear myself twice?
Crazy echo.
Okay, I thought it was me. What's going on?
I'm like, goddamn. There we crazy echo.
Okay, I thought it was me. What's going on?
I'm like, goddamn. There we crazy echo.
Okay, I thought it was me. What's going on?
Okay. All right.
Okay, I thought it was me.
All right, I'm not sure what just happened.
But we in this thing. You hear me? We back in this thing.
Yeah.
Try to make it happen. Harriet Shotgun.
All right, I'm not sure what just happened.
Oh, here we back.
You hear me? We back in this thing. Try to make it happen. Harriet Shotgun.
All right, I'm not sure what just happened.
Oh, here we
I'm not sure what just happened.
Somebody got
I can't. Oh, you on mute. You on mute. Come off mute.
somebody got two devices on. That's what it is.
Oh, you on mute. You on mute.
Yeah, this joint, I don't know if anybody else hear it, but I'm like when I talk, I hear an echo and it just goes on and on and on. Okay. You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you, but I don't hear the echo anymore now. And we're Afrikan Day is gone.
Now it's probably working on that. But did you have a question about that that last track, or you know anything? Just so we could keep the show going.
Okay. Oh, it's okay. I think we need to tell him. So Afrikan Day. Outside of the Midwest, I had never heard anybody refer any other region other than, because that's where I'm from, Cleveland, right? Never heard anybody use the term Indian givers. Okay.
Yeah, you were saying about the Midwest and not hearing anybody use what type of terminology?
Indian givers. Have you ever heard of Indian givers?
I have, yes.
Okay, so I've never heard anybody else use the term outside of my family in the Midwest, right? So then he throws us a curveball, mentioning Cleveland, because we have the Cleveland Indians, the Major League Baseball team, and casinos. Right. And so he's making it clear, followed by the referencing of the Dreamcatcher heirloom, which we know comes from the Chippewa tribe. Ironically, they resided in Canada and the Midwest. So as a transition into the concrete jungle, we hear him observing people trapped in a maze, preying on one another. When he talks about hello? Oh, we back.
Yeah, you just
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. So what I hear, UniverCity, is while you're observing the people trapped in a maze, preying on one another as they're being fed and led by the whim of their enemy, you're not confused to be as a target, right? And because your assessment of the environment, the political environment, the socioeconomic environment, towards the end of your verse, it's like you're erring on the side of wisdom, saying, when you say, I'm laying low, my stilo, right? So I'm listening to that. And of course, I'm all in it because you talk about where I'm from, right? How often do people talk about Cleveland? Rarely. What is your connection to, in Milwaukee, what is your connection to
You said my connection to Wella? So what I was saying in the bar was I'm more Indian than Cleveland or casinos, concrete dream catches what we know.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Basically what I was busting down was so the mascot for the Cleveland baseball team is the Indian, right?
Chief Wahoo.
Yeah. So the people who they say are the indigenous people of the Americas are not the indigenous people of Americas. We know the indigenous people of America, whatever this land would be called, look like me and you, so it definitely was a Midwest reference, but tying it into the fact that, all of these Indians got reparations and they got casinos and, they basically got wiped out. Don't get me wrong, but they do have their culture and some things to hold on to that's worth value. When I said shit, we just know concrete dream catchers. You know what I'm saying? We don't really have that to hold on to. We just, our dreams get splattered right on the concrete outside.
Indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. I think I have a choppy internet because I can see I'm not on mute, but I didn't get a response. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Then we have the second verse, Doc Madhi, and you say, you speak to Spice One, and I respect how you build, right? I didn't even know that the bars, I don't know if y'all recall, I got my hand on my gun because they got me on the run. It might sound familiar because who was that? I think it was two of America's Most Wanted.
Oh yeah, originally.
Yeah.
That's
well, originally.
Originally, that bar is from the brother.
Spice One.
Raheem, nah. That bar is from like the damn it, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. First person that said it was on The Message, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. The brother Raheem said it. So Spice One said it, and then Snoop said it in Two of America's Most Wanted. But just to show their connection to and reverence to hip hop, they both referenced that bar.
Right. So I didn't know anything about that till you mentioned the verse, and just now with Grandmaster Flash, right? Then you speak on the zip cones, the sambos, the cracker clone, and when you speak on it, you speak on how they appear to belong to our nation, but are actually agents of the enemy. Whether they
Avatars and
are
stand-ins. Yeah.
right, whether they are, defenders of the popular culture, or perpetuators of our destruction.
Absolutely. Because I think we have to put, as far as what I was trying to do on that verse, I wanted to paint a picture and provide perspective, because when it comes to this African liberation thing, a lot of us think we're doing the same thing as other people, but we're not. Different folks have different intentions and different goals and outcomes. So some individuals that might sound just like us, they're fighting for reform. They want this cracker to love them. Some of us want to be separate. We want to govern ourselves. And you also have rejects. You have folks that can't be loved and accepted by crackers, so they talk the good talk amongst us until they're accepted, or can use us as a bargaining chip to get some type of leverage. So we have to be very careful about who we bring among us, and discern who they are and what their intentions are. So
Absolutely.
I just wanted to really kind of add layers to that. So I start the verse talking about the jealous got me strapped like Spice One. The hate is inverted love. You fools is making me an icon. And it just kind of builds up from just your very mundane levels of jealousy, just somebody not liking you because of the person who you are. And then as I layer it and I build on it, I get into I didn't say by name, but anybody who's really listening, I talk about the Nation of Islam and what happened to Malcolm X at the Audubon Ballroom, and then I start getting into just levels of jealousy as it pertains to us nation building. I just really wanted to touch on a few different aspects of it.
And this is why it is also necessary to have the proper tools of self-defense.
Absolutely.
And you close the verse concisely, and you say, I'm paraphrasing, but we have too much to lose to entertain or play the guessing game. We're not sitting around trying to figure out who is who and how long you been knowing such and such. Nah, you in or you out. You with us or you ain't.
That's
right?
it.
So Millbrook, that is track 4.
Correct. DJ UniverCity Ave. Think he's handling something real quick. But let me just also say, with jealousy, we also grabbed a sound bite from the great warrior queen Assata Shakur, who we all know is on political exile. They still got a bounty on her head, and they're and it just seems that she may be on in exile for the rest of her natural life. That particular soundbite was important for me to put on this song, because I wanted, for Africans who don't understand the severity, the seriousness, and the gravity of what we're dealing with, to hear from someone who has made the ultimate sacrifice. Because we got a lot of keyboard bangers out here. We got a lot of people who think they doing something, and all they really do is criticize the moves of others who put their lives on the line every day. So it was important to me that the first voice they heard, or the first thing they heard, is somebody who's actually out here putting it all on the line, you know, because I even want the jealous or whatever emotion they might be going through to gain some perspective and maybe humble themselves, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a war that's being fought on many levels that I think a lot of us are not even
aware of.
aware of, you know, because, you know, just because you're a hater today don't mean you can't be valuable to the movement tomorrow, you know. So
This is true. This is true. This is true. And the way she goes into, although she was acquitted, that didn't matter. On site, if they saw her, they had
that's
the
right.
orders that they could take her out. So it's imperative that we understand, especially when we have issues with one another. Maybe that somebody might not like the way you do something or that you did something. That's a conversation to be had in private, right?
That's
Not in
correct.
public. Ashe, knowledge. Correct. That too, F. But yeah, absolutely important.
That's right.
It's crazy you say that because
Ashe knowledge.
one thing about the music, right? I always go to is I feel like I be sometimes
Ashe.
I say, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
That's the man, you know. A little wild, I don't really, you know. I say,
Yeah. That's his God, mama. UniverCity.
Yeah, continue, bro. Continue. We listening.
Now, all I was saying is, one thing you were saying is, one thing you said that really resonated was you spreading the dissension in your organization gonna go to hell, right?
Correct.
I be thinking how we be spitting things into fruition sometimes, and how it was an organization that came up against United Front, trying to spread dissension on some suckerism, and even though we didn't know that these things were going to happen to us, you know, as a artist collective, it just kind of reflected just the epitome of the jealousy that we speak of, because it's not just the jealousy of the crackers that hurts us; it's the jealousy of our own. You would be so willing to tear down an African institution, you know, for your own gain. But what are you even really gaining? You know what I'm saying? So when I just heard it that time, the last time I heard this song for the millionth time, it just made me think of that a particular incident dealing with those haters, cuz.
For sure. Yeah, it's levels. It's levels. There's levels to it, you know. For sure.
I got this Millbrook whenever y'all ready, because I don't know how long this show, but we an hour and 18 in. We on track. Number 4.
Let's get it.
We in this joint here. Where you from, fool? You did?
Get out from Millbrook, open your third eye, this is how the real look. Dangle the worm, now they caught up in the fish hook. Where your grandma stay?
Who you kin to?
Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from Shy Troy.
Harlem Island, man, I hope you getting my point.
The boys gon' get offended, but your hood ain't no harder than mine.
Let's start blending.
When the ops come in, you squeeze. If I don't know him, then he bleed. But when the pigs come, we ain't reach cold. You either running or you beating. Scared that you repeat. Man, if that cracker lacking, post a rat-a-tat, get a cracker lacking. I'm from Orange Grove, Northside, Plata Particle, Roberto. Boy, I'm about mine, trying to stop me. Hold up the hood, I ain't do nothing. The white hole shot in at midnight. Devil
so comfortable.
Soldier from that kind of no. Throw it up, press one, tribal from the
best hood. Good.
Shipped to the same jails. cause folklore in the same gang shell. My ex is your next, so we flex till we X'd out. Finesse till we fresh, but the rest got us left out. Where you stay, player? I'm from Brooklyn. Fresh out the pool, been through the same boat again. Was brewing. Ain't get the memo or the bulletin. When I catch a bullet, then ain't got no mentor.
My daddy full of shit.
Where you wrong? It's my turf, since my perk, since a purse. Put these demons
In the dirt.
pushing that Garvey car. Red, black, and green. I'll be trying till I got them broke up. Fix it come in the meantime, in real time. Where you from? Shout out from Millbrook. Open your third eye.
This is how the real look.
Dangle the worm, now they
Caught up in a fish hook.
where your grandma stay.
Who you kin to?
Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from Shot Troy. Harlem Island, man.
I hope you get my point. Offended.
Your hood ain't no harder than mine.
Let's start blending.
Welcome to Millbrook.
We ain't got a bridge.
Most know when notorious, we ain't got a bid. If we got to live, risk takers. Gotta give in. Everybody wanna be the go. How to get in? Looking, we focus. Close all the schools, churches, the local is cut broken. It's never fear. From Brownsville to Bronzeville, there's Africans everywhere. I'm just a 7 from the 414. Straight to heaven, the strolling places that no one goes. The winter with heat, got to know the code, hard know the pros, let go of liabilities.
But I hold the crew, you know the code. You know the code.
Battlefields are built for killer sisters
And brave men.
Sister Cradle, EY
To the graves end.
Master MC Murder
Caveman. I'm a master MC Murder Caveman.
Where you from, fool? Get out from Millbrook. Open your third eye.
This is how the real love.
Dangle the worm, now they
Caught up in a fish
Where your
hook.
grandma stay.
What's good, sis?
Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from
I love you,
Detroit.
sis.
Harlem Island, man, I hope you getting my point. The boys gon' get offended, but your hood ain't no harder than mine. It's start blending.
Yeah. Shout out my sister Rae. What's going on? I love you, sis. Believe that.
Peace, Sista Rae.
You're talking about me.
Nah, my sister
You're
Renee.
talking about the chat. Okay, I'm about to say.
Sister.
Y'all on the same screen, sir.
My blood sister. Shout out.
Indeed. Shout out to
Hey, hold on.
yeah.
Hold on. Hey, shout out Sister Rae though. Yeah. Shout out Sister Rae though. You did. You did.
So, Doc Madhi, to play on words, you took us all the way through bullshit without saying bullshit. You talked about the bullpen, the same bull again, what's brewing. So I thought that was pretty clever of you. There have been many times that I have had pride in places that wasn't really my home, right? Now I'm careful about who and what I claim. My question for you, Doc Madhi, are we tapped into the tribal aspect of our culture more than we realize? Like, I need you to generally expound on how our need to belong to a source or group of power and pride has been redirected and counterproductive to our progressive mission in our story.
You know, I think the deeper you dig into our collective history, what you will always find is our communal nature, and the fact that as far back as we can go, we've always been in groups, and we've always been tribal. Now you can find similarities in uniform things as it pertains to us, but a lot of folks really don't understand how revolutionary Pan-Africanism really is, and the fact that as a concept, it is relatively a new thing. As far as us, we've always had our general similarities, but differences where this one belongs to this group and that group. So absolutely, what we're looking at as far as like whether we claim in the East Coast, the West Coast, you know, I'm from Brooklyn, where you know, somebody might claim, like I'm from Crown Heights, you know, I might be up in the spot proclaiming that I'm from Crown Heights, while somebody else is telling you that they're from Brownsville or Flatbush, or it might get deeper, like I'm from Sterling Place and somebody else might be from Utica Avenue. It's like 1 block away. Or, you know, in some places you got people claiming buildings. They in the same hood claiming streets and buildings. So, you know, it gets deep to where, you know, we want to belong to something. But, you know, this Ma'afa definitely has been a major disruption to where, you know, a lot of us have been broken to the point where we will cling on to this inanimate object called the streets. You know what I mean? We'll put our life on the line for this hood, for this organization, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? And like, for example, like what a lot of what I said, like when I, like, you know, going back to the grandma's boy situation, right? In the chorus, I say, where your grandma stay, who you kin to.
Me too.
Because ultimately, even cats that's banging, like if they don't really understand what they even a part of to the fullest extent, like there's even elements of it. Like, yo, the Vice Lords call themselves pardon me, Vice Lords call themselves people, right?
Yep.
And you know what I'm saying? GDs call themselves folks. Crips call themselves cuz. Bloods call themselves relatives. You know what I'm saying? So it's there.
Yeah,
It's there, but without a lack of the fundamental education and understanding, a lot of folks don't even, like, you know, the OGs, the elders is not teaching a lot of the young cats what they really standing on and what it means.
Well, you know, when they took the leaders out, when they came and got
absolutely,
you know what I'm saying? It, as far as at least with the gang stuff goes, but I gotta agree with you, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
no doubt.
As far as how the misinformation goes from the older people in the streets to the younger folks, and how the things that these organizations started out as, the principles that was there, you know, the manhood that was there, you know, kind of what you was alluding to, I believe, Sista Rae, earlier. You know, it's African principles within these gangs, and I can attest to it for certain. You know what I mean? And it just goes on to show that things that are African tradition, it don't matter what year it is. You know what I'm saying? We the same people, we gonna be spewing the same things out throughout you know, different time periods and different spaces we in. So I think that's super dope as well.
Indeed. So for, you know, for me with this particular song and coming up with it, like, you're talking about two brothers from different coasts, you know, with a similar mindset, and going through similar things. Like if we all sit down long enough and go through our life experiences, we're gonna find a lot of similarities. So for me with Millbrook, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put it together, like, yo, if we could set aside, if we could just take this artificial borders, tear them apart, and not just take the geography out of it, we will find a lot more similarities and differences. And once we do that, you know, we stronger for that. You know, just like good example is in the verse, I'm talking about gentrification, right? There was a point in North America where crackers would be very selective of the areas that they would go to. So we kind of had more of an opportunity, like how a lot of Africans ended up in LA or the Bay. They were from the South, they were from the Midwest, you know, and they went out there for job opportunities, or like when these crackers would start moving in, like once the white flight would go from one place to another and Africans would have to leave, there was more of an opportunity to go somewhere else and start anew. But what we're finding more now is that, like, it's being done everywhere at the same time. Africans are finding more of a difficulty having mobility nowadays because this act of war, gentrification, is happening everywhere all at once. You know, so it's like we got to tighten up. We got to tighten up as far as recognizing who we are and how much more powerful we are together than separate. You know, especially when we separating ourselves based on bullshit, as you put it earlier. You know.
I have a question for UniverCity Master MC, Murder Caveman. You say battlefields are built for killer sisters and brave men. So during summer of 2020, I seen formations across the nation of armed Black males and females patrolling government's neighborhoods in response to the protests, right? Please clarify what the battlefields are and what position does the killer sister hold with respect to the brave man on these battlefields?
The battlefields are everywhere. Every single where that we could possibly face any type of interaction with ourselves and others. It always starts within. The battlefield starts within first, in your own mind, body, and spirit. And once you get outside of that, you get to dealing with the world that we in today. Now, sisters, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's some warrior sisters, and they belong, you know, right where they belong, on the front line. If you're a warrior sister, you belong, you know, on the front line with the brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Now, even amongst that, it's still a role within that. You know, you understand what I'm saying? But we have sisters like you know, Sister Nzinga and Hasheshaput, you know, from you know, the dynasty in Kemet, where, you know, they rode at the front of the army and they didn't lose. Fire sisters. You understand what I'm saying? I'll never be one to say that, oh no, she got to ride at the back. You understand what I'm saying? Nah, everything got to be according to purpose, obviously. But if you a warrior sister, you know, let's ride. You did. I'd rather have a strong sister with me than a sucker any day. Believe that.
Ashe. More than moments. Does anybody have anything else?
No. Let's move on to the next.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
This my oldest son favorite track off of the joint. I think this probably his favorite track I ever did, other than let's just get to the music. Hold on. That's the time. I thought I had it ready.
Yeah, the issue is we waste time on the wrong things. So be present where you are. Mind, body, spirit, the sacred trinity. You attract where you are and what you need. The universe, I saw you like dip my seed and post my will with desire and faith. Tenacious efforts while the process germinates. My realities, my likeness and image. Every day's a Super Bowl. You living like a scrimmage. These ain't bars of lyrics. This is spirit, and only harmonized minds can hear it. Alone, if I had to leave the pack, it was holding me back, but I promise I'll be back. Yeah, with a play peace. The hunt is on this beast, things unleashed. I wish my people cease playing the victim. If they only knew that God was in them. I'm tuned in, sometimes tapping out. Wise God, recognize what I'm rapping about. I'm young alpha and you're complaining. It sounds feminine. I love the control. The challenge keeps me ahead. So in everything you do, be your highest self. Hey yo, they say we hold it down. Is it for the freedom? Because we hold it down. All black power because we hold it down. Maybe it's because we got it for the moment now. If it's a movement, then of course you know. Iron sharp as iron.
Since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is water. Dr. Sadie, Dr. Sadie, for Dr. Wilson. I only find solace in the fact I feel him in my skeleton. Where do we go from here? Who's ready to sit in that chair? Maybe the ingredients of a leaderless movement. Kill the body, multi-tentacle camaraderie. They can't kill us. Fallen Africans never really die. Give the naked truth and it's never seen your mind. Turn up, but the world upside down. It's not a drill, chill, you gotta bust live round. My side of town, folks come round and run it. Enterprise Africans to synthesize, but it don't murder. Get off the muscle, but scared to win, it's no pressure. How you wanna come up?
But scared to levitate. Leverage break. Penetrate.
Hey, yo, they say we want it now. Is it for the freedom? Cause we want it now. All black power, how we hold it down. Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. It's a movement and of course it's motion. Iron sharp, iron study your opponent. As I since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments. Still laying low. Highly passionate. Free is the only thing that we have to get. So when we crashing it,
In an accident, unapologetic African, spit acid.
if you're not active,
You ain't an activist.
get a couple with 2 chains.
Think you mastered it?
Used it and give for what?
That was abstinent.
Was broke toward the toes.
The fashion sense was immaculate.
If we're trying to put it half the rent to giving them
$1.50 to savages.
started playing chicken till I battered them. Now the police is measuring
Like Madison.
aside from freedom. Mine. Time is money, young and take your time.
You'll be the way of the world and break your spine.
With the writers and the
You gotta treat your life. Hey, yo, they say we want it now. Is it for the freedom? Cause we want it now. Our black power, how we hold it down. Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. If it's a movement, then of course it's motion. I ain't sure cause I ain't study your opponent. Aside from since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments.
Hey, yo, they say we want it now. Want it now.
Is it for the freedom? Cause we want it now.
Want it now. On Black Tower,
How we hold it down. Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. If it's a movement, then of course it's motion. I ain't sure cause I ain't study your opponent.
aside from since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments. So, fam, do yourself a favor.
Get out of your own way.
Blah!
Life is long.
King Saba. That's your brother? That's the Sappho gang?
Yeah, that's my brethren. Yep.
All right. He he don't waste time.
My bro, yeah, my bro don't even rap no more. He did that for me as a favor, you know what I mean? That's just my guy. He's super solid, you know, and it was important for my brother to be on the project and to provide that message because you know it's just a great segue from what UniverCity Ave was saying about the last track, which is, you know, about the different aspects and levels that we fighting this war on, and you know it all starts in the mind. And you know that's what's so great about this track is that I think that it's important that we really believe that we can win, you know what I mean? Because like if not, it's all fruitless, you know what I mean? It's an uphill battle. There's a lot of things that we have to fight against, but we have to first know that not that we can win, is that we will win. You know, I know that. You know what I'm saying? But do the Africans out here that walk every day, do they really believe that, or are they just doing it to go through the motions? You know, we gotta know. We gotta know.
Absolutely. And King Saba says these ain't bars and lyrics. This is spirit. And only harmonized minds can hear it. So when you say it's in the mind, it starts in the mind, we have to believe. You say maybe the ingredient is a leaderless movement. They can't kill us all, and Africans never really die. So that's for certain, right? We have to believe it, but it seems that we steadily look outside of self because we aren't fully tapped into our divinity and abilities. So as a result, we're culturally disconnected and really can't fathom when you say they can't kill us all and Africans never really die. We can't even fathom the transition of energy versus death. We think you're dead, you're gone, and that's it. You go to heaven, to hell, and it's over. We can't think beyond that. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Now, kind of like to go off of what you just said, right? I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what you just said. Now, I'm not the type of person to do current events and pop culture and things like that, but this is actually very pertinent,
Mm-hmm.
right? The brother Chadwick Boseman just transitioned from colon cancer, I think 2 weeks
Mm-hmm.
ago. And I seen a lot of people that spoke on it and were very devastated about his transition. But I watched the Black Panther movie, and it's just weird to me that nobody remembers the scene where he actually in the movie he transitioned and went to the spiritual realm, to the Egungun, and spoke to his ancestors. And that's a contribution that I'm thankful for, because I think that gives us a tool. It gives us something to actually explain, especially to our children, how Africans feel about death, because I think a lot of adults, when we hear about somebody dying, especially somebody that resonates with our spirit, we get devastated. We start thinking about our mortality,
Right.
as opposed to our immortality, or the fact that this African that just transitioned is actually going to be more helpful on the other side.
Ashe.
That's why I said in the song, I nearly cried. I didn't say I cried. I nearly cried when Dr. Sebi died and Dr. Wilson. But then I also said that I can feel them in my skeleton, because they are more like their contribution, like more than their lives, what they have done for us is gonna last way longer than their physical bodies. And if you are absorbing and taking in what they left for us, they will never die. They're immortal now. And I think that that's something that we have to really start rationalizing and realizing that, once we're stuck on this fear of death, we're just always going to be stuck. We're never going to want to do anything, and it's for sure more than moments. Like life for sure is more than moments, as the title says.
So I definitely agree. Then we have Mr. Unapologetic African Spitting Acidic. Not acidic, acidic. That was so hot. Who was sitting around just trying to figure out what is acidic? Then he says, get a couple whips, 2 chains. Think you mastered it. And so now I'm wondering, did anybody else catch that duality? Because the first thing people think when they hear whips and chains these days, in modern day, you're thinking cars and jewelry, right? And so now you've made it, you've achieved, you've arrived. Mama made it. Not necessarily literal whips and chains from enslavement. So then he goes into used to didn't give a what, that was abstinence. A soulful state of mind. Time is money, youngin'. Take your time. Like incomparable. to me. UniverCity.
Yeah, nah, that's definitely that verse. Yeah. That's exactly how it come off. And I wanted to really, as far as just to talk about the ending for a second first. I wanted to really paint the picture of don't feel bad about getting the bag. You know what I'm saying?
Take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely take it and take advantage of all the time that you could possibly have in front of you right now. Yeah, I mean you broke it down perfectly. You broke it down perfectly. I ain't really got nothing else to say. I mean, it was all that. You said you got disconnected, sis. Come on back. We here. We in this thing, baby.
No, she said hashtag disconnected culturally.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We got disconnected. So kind of how he was busting down on like more than moments. The whole track is about being more than just a moment. It's not just about right now. It always has to be about the collective of African people. It always has to be about Abibi Fahudier and sovereignty. When we look at things, how we see things, everything, it's we have to see African people as a whole and not just in moments. It's hard not to take our individual lives and say, oh, well, white people don't treat me bad, or black people beat me up more than white, you know what I'm saying, to do weak ass shit like that. It's easy to say, oh, well, I fed some people, of every day for 6 weeks, and all constantly patting ourselves on the back for the things that we did. And we got to realize, like, we have to continuously do. It's so much work to do. It has to be more than moments. You know what I'm saying?
Ashay.
You did.
What about that slap though?
Oh man,
Let's
get it. Let's get it. Yeah, hold on, give me a second. It's a little difficult with the technical situation. Situationally. Shotgun and shotgun. You did.
Right.
Shotty.
Hey.
Front. They slept, so what? I ain't losing. Unequal, won't dignify these dudes, acknowledge or review. A bottom feeder got bigger fish to fry. I'm supposed to be a vegan, but you don't get to be a leader at your leisure. I cold press this sauce, it's thicker, it's slicker. I used to jaw for a Molotov. Shards become shrapnel. I may be confused for a backpacker, but sometimes I pack more than 2 straps in one satchel. I be wanting to quit, but the warriors need that Vanguard, no right guard. And they whip type stick, that funk, that hard, that pack, that slap. The only reason I even listen to rap jack, I would give an E for effort, but before I hit the stage, you got people hitting the exit. And if it ain't top, then it had to be op. That pissed on your flag when they molly wop through your block with that slap. Beating down your residential. Look left and right when you feel me at your intersection. Who is that? Ain't no need for no introduction. Shotty bag, Safo gang, always in the sun. Funk that, hard that, tack that, slap that, funk that, hard that, tack that, slap that, funk that, hard that, tack that, slap. The only reason I even listen to rap jack. That's the Safo, ain't no Gucci in the gang. Speak loosely, I go boozy with the fade. Squeezing my nickel was how the dudes was getting paid. Can't picture me rolling, wanna remove me from the frame. Sparker like Austin, not a newbie to the flame. I'm a newbie in the same as Anubis, dropping jewels, but what's a ruby to a cane? I hear they selling out the fitting, how ironic. We replenish ourselves, the growth is hydroponic. No, not light and well connected, even the rhymes bionic. Another volume about to drop. All the bombs atomic, unavoidable and combinatonic. That's why they always check our status and we ain't got no sign of comment. Gang down your residential. Look left and right when you feel me at your intersection. Who is that? Ain't no need for no introduction. Shot it back, Safo gang, always in the sun. Funk that, hard that, pack that, slap that, funk that, hard that, pack that, slap that, funk that, hard that, pack that, slap. The only reason I even listen to rap jack.
Yeah. Shotgun. Shotgun.
What are we doing here? Y'all. Man, slap was like a spiritual experience from like a sinister space for me. Like,
Man,
I think that it had a lot to do with Doc Marty's cadence and just your nonchalant. This is what it is, what I'm dealing with, and the consequences type delivery. Like y'all went all the way in.
yeah. That's my joint right there, man. I'm gonna be honest. That's my joint right there.
D and down your residential.
Hey,
Yeah, man. You know, you can't be you can't say you were revolutionary and be compliant. So I wanted to just let people know, man, like when you go through these neighborhoods, man, disturb the
with this
peace,
one,
turn this joint up, knock their walls down, man, like just go in. This is that joint, and that's what it's made for. Just slap that through the, whatever neighborhood you in. Especially if it's like a good midnight or something, and some
just
crackers.
make sure you got
that joint.
make sure you got your license and everything together before you do it. Not saying necessary.
Yeah.
You feel me? Or at least have a pistol. Just have a pistol. Fuck it. Just have a pistol.
Straight.
You feel me?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that slap, man. I had a lot of fun recording and putting that one together, man. That's another one of my personal favorites.
And again, paying homage. You just say, can't picture me rolling, want to remove me from the frame. Yeah.
Yeah, that. You know how they did Pac, man. You feel me? Like, just so doing this type of music, right? If we, you know what I'm saying, was to get too popular, that's exactly what it ain't gonna be, you know what I'm saying? They want to see us out here. Now, mind you, we wouldn't be rocking no Versace, but rocking the finest African prints. You understand me? I got the finest frankincense oils on. You can smell it 3 miles away, you dig? They be like, this cat smell like incense. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want that. They definitely want to remove me from the frame.
What you say?
I said they want to remove me from the frame as far as they rather not. Those of us who got these type of minds, this type of ability, lyrically, they rather us not, have this type of music slapping.
I heard you say that. I heard you. They definitely want to do that. I heard you say that, but what you say, speak loosely. I go Boosie with the fade.
Oh yeah.
You say what you want. Come on with it, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I go.
What happened? Oh, you on mute?
Yo.
There you go.
Yeah, that's definitely that shit right there.
I hear Bomani talking about mitochondria.
That's actually the next joint.
And here we go.
Let me go find the mitochondria.
Getting ready to get into that deoxyribonucleic acid.
Yeah, y'all know what it is.
Mama Winnie.
I was in prison the very first time when I was in solitary confinement. You are interrogated for 7 nights and 7 days without any sleep, and God provided a mechanism I had never thought of at the time. I reached a point, I think a threshold where the body could not take the pain anymore. And then I would faint. Those were the most beautiful moments. The body rested, and when they threw a bucket of water to wake me up, it didn't matter that I was soaking wet. I got up, I was so refreshed, and I started fighting all over again.
No matter where I die, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Black as I wanna be. No matter where I live, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. No matter where I die, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. No matter where I live, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. Co-opted culture, flung from the mother tongue, severed from spirituality, fatalistic outcome. Gave the world everything, poised to be continually poisoned with medicine, nutritional Trojan horses. Sterility, attacks to virility, death for sale. Life we live is free, but isn't free. Sankofa black tooth, antiquity, astonishing monuments. Crackers say it isn't me. Blindfold me, do a quick spin. Guarantee wherever I point, I've been. Inferiority complex, given a color context. We can juggle planets and put the sun in our pockets. Invaders from the north, my heart arid and sub-Saharan, spazzing to minimize this chasm. Diasporically speaking, I'm reaching out up you mighty race, showing what this red, black, and green about. No matter where I die, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. No matter where I live, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. No matter where I die, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. No matter where I live, Africa was born in me. Africa was born in me. Just black as I wanna be. They don't know why we sip the drink and pour it out. Shine when we speak like the gold is mouth. Now we go from forwards out to swole accounts. Wonder why we not defeated. Don't count our soul amount. Back in the day, every nation was melanation. We developed greatness all across the globe. Carved the road, saw the secrets of the cosmos with our eyes closed. That's why I spit prime pro. In LA and Lagos, Rwanda, Orozco's. Even in the basement, I top flows. Just like the Nile, my hair grow like the wild. Been had crowns, it's just that now we not the type to smile. Used to be tribal, marked up. Now we asking that they wipe us down. Not a stopper, we know it's warriors like us proud. A bunch of threats who love they sets, but no matter who they got or what they rep, or who cut they check that. Africa is born in me.
Yo, that was that.
Man, Mama Winnie, she takes that divine strength from her experience and the lyrics just together. They go. What's this? So when Doc Madhi, you said diasporically speaking, I'm reaching out up you mighty rays, showing what this red, black, and green about. I have not seen Pan-Africanism at the height that it is now before now. Like, actually, Black August, that was my first experience of Black August. But I did not realize that we are Pan-Africanism. We are everywhere, right? So to be able to put this music out, this Afrikan insurrection music, how does that feel to know that you have that reach throughout the diaspora, or diaspora, as some people say? You on mute if you're talking. There you
Oh
go.
nah. It feels incredible. Sometimes you underestimate the reach because there's times where I'm just gonna be real. Like, there's times where it might trouble your spirit to know that, like, well, dag, this music is so good, but the masses don't hear it, or it's not being heard in certain corners, and as much as the fight you fighting, and some of it is deliberate. Sometimes you feel away. At least for me, I'll just say me. So there's those moments where an email comes in, or a direct message or something, and it's somebody from the continent, or a African that's in Europe, or somewhere you didn't even know they was Africans at, and they like, I heard your music, and it's brought me through this and that, or it's kept me focused and stuff like that. It's a very powerful feeling. That's the type of fuel for me that keeps me going, because there's definitely times where sometimes you just ask yourself, like, yo, why am I even doing this? And it's those moments, combined with how it influences the children that whose parents allow them to listen to African insurrection music, how it affects them as well. So it's a powerful, tremendous feeling. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
That's beautiful, and all parents really should be allowing. They should allow their children to listen to African insurrection music because there's so much knowledge. When I tell you, warrior scholar Bomani, like he be in such a short amount of time, you get so much information just in 16 bars, and then you are as well, right? UniverCity Ave, would you say they don't know why we sip the drink and pour it out? Like we talked about earlier, how the OGs kind of dropped the ball in explaining, giving a thorough understanding of why we do the things we do, why we call ourselves the names that we call ourselves. So yeah, we have to know about libation, right? Um, we developed greatness all across the globe, carved the roads, saw the secret of the cosmos with our eyes closed. Like that's what we should be teaching. What's that?
Yeah, that just goes to, a lot of people, they don't want us to attribute ourselves to, or to resonate too much with um the antiquity of Africa, when we, basically civilized the world. They don't want us to, oh, that was so long ago. Build your own pyramids. You know what I'm saying? When it's like, them shits is mine. You feel me?
Right.
And the precedent that we set, as it pertains to not just charting the universe, but interacting with the universe in a particular manner and using it to our benefit, like we continue to say, mind, body, spirit. It's not anything to just scoff at and to say, oh, build your own pyramids. Like, no, we might need to start there. We might need to pay attention to what was going on, when we were at the height of our civilization, and kind of pay attention to some things and see where we slipped and where we failed, but also to not ignore the fact that we were master scholars and that we were using that to propel ourselves forward as a people. That's something that needs to be pushed at the forefront of what's going on right now when it comes to people acquiring information and being able to apply it to benefit ourselves.
Ashe. Do you have comeback cue?
That I do.
King Saba, what's good, brother?
What's going on, King Saba? Love is love.
put it on my plate. Eat. A side Prod the 4-5 out that dead man's hands. Then hit him up and threw up that A-gang.
A-gang.
Black man, maybe both as I told, taking what may be my last stand. Show through guts like I threw up everything. Live from the devil's entrails, I let the whole sack hang. Scorn since I was born, my birth, not the norm. Almost killed myself on the farm, left myself with a scar. Should I be dead, a cold slab in the morgue? Or is this a sign that I was sent by God? I thrived in places that I did not belong. I've been chosen to reach and teach each in my songs. King of the white cloth, ignorance being blissful comes at too high a cost. Too alive to be crucified if I'm ever crossed. Karma's what I call my chrome, salvation to the lost. Warrior and scholar in the same breath. Not perfect, I keep my vices silent like Mike Pence. To be accepted, Negroes go to great lengths. I drew the line, built a wall and a fence. They took offense. How many times I gotta come back to get it right? Negro, get your dunce cap and go and get it right. You live a dead culture. Go and get a life, stop hanging with these faggot ass zombies. Go and get a wife. I'm bleeding for Hodier, I'm bleeding to me. Ain't nothing new these damn crackers could do me. How many times I gotta come back to get it right? How many times I gotta come back to get it right? I'm bleeding for Hodier, I'm bleeding to me. Ain't nothing new these damn crackers can do me. How many times I gotta come back to get it right? How many times I gotta come back to end your life?
On point when the clock is ticking. They try to sacrifice me. I ain't passing the rock to pit. No safety on the Glock to pit. Crash shake, couldn't stop the pit. From the elbow, I pop my pick. I'm just gifted. No shots to miss and assassinate the competition. Start taking my submission. Stay in your place. Don't get caught in opposition or contradiction. They think pop is cryptic. Aside is apocalyptic. By your means, I like a mouth afflicted. The piece of the piece. All king's dream, but is the outcome different? I refuse to be your mouse a victim. I'm going out a victor. And I don't know why they doubt my victim. To the 40 spilling out, you pour it out no liquor. The power's all black, the cloth is all white. My sister and my brother keep it one fight, we all fight. And if we all we got left, we be alright.
Bleeding for Hodier, I'm bleeding to me. Ain't nothing new these damn crackers could do me. How many times I gotta come back to get it right? How many times I gotta come back to get it right? I'm bleeding for Hodier, I'm bleeding to me. Ain't nothing new these damn crackers can do me. How many times I gotta come back to get it right? How many times I gotta come back to end your life?
That's my workout joint. That was instrumental in my the 10 pounds I lost last month. It is. It is. Again, if y'all want to work out and lose 10 pounds too, www.ufasafo.com. Get there. Harriet Shotgun. And Cipher in the Field for Manhood Papers is available. And one of my absolute favorite spiritually convicting offerings on Cipher in the Field for Manhood Papers is Mr., the last track on that offering, right? Doc, please explain the juxtaposition of Mr. and Comeback. Because Mr. was an African love song of sacrifice to me. Then Comeback was like a full throttle follow-up, turn up to that.
Indeed. What I wanted to do, like kind of like giving a backstory to Mr. leading up to Comeback. The premise of Mr. was to invoke and instill the spirit of protection, you know, because in the song, I not only, rather the character not only put his life on the line to protect a black woman. This black woman was a complete stranger that he saw in distress, and he dropped everything to 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 ensure her safety. Now, that's not isolated. That's not fictitious. That's happened a lot throughout history. Is happening right now. It's just that through popular media, right now there's a big thing about sisters not feeling defended by African men, and to that, it's important for me to offer a story like this, because the other side of that story is that there's plenty of African men that do defend African women. And it was just something about that particular phrasing, like the way I said it on Mr. Like it just kind of stuck with me. So when I got that beat for Comeback, I constructed the verse first, and that line came out again. How many times I got to come back to get it right, and it just built up to that chorus, which I designed to be a war cry, with the repetition and the call and response, because I want it to be something that Africans everywhere can repeat and just have it really become a part of their DNA. So it'll be it'll be transmitted to the babies as well, and it'll just be a universal war cry for Africans everywhere. Like do not fear death, and just know, wherever you fall at, somebody's gonna pick up the spear, and you'll be back. You'll be back.
Ashe. Yeah, Baba Sashan was one of his lessons, that we have to compose our war cries for our tribes and our families. But when I heard that, I said, I'm taking that. Shit, well, I ain't gonna reinvent the wheel.
That's right.
So you say, show true guts like I threw up everything. I thrived in places that I did not belong. I've been chosen to reach and teach each in my songs, king of the white cloth. Ignorance being blissful comes at a high cost. But then you have UniverCity comes in, the power is all black, the cloth is all white, my sister and my brother's keeper. One fight, we all fight, and if we got left, we be all right. So that speaks to that tribalism, right? UniverCity, you stay pure as a son of a Batala, but you are no stranger to getting gritty, if need be. How do you remain so committed through internal community adversity and that you either witnessed or experienced? How do you stay committed to this work?
Well, to be honest, it just got a lot to do with my own, I guess, destiny. I do believe it's in my destiny to bring back African glory, to be a part of a BB for Houdier in every sense of the word, in every sense of the actuality, from it just being a thought right now to it being a plan to actually being an actualization in reality. So that has a lot to do with me being able to withstand a lot of bull or BS that all of us go through, just dealing with this war we going through. So I'm able to deal with it basically by just knowing that I have to. You really ain't got no choice. I mean, right. I'm not one of those rebels. I can't I can't just like turn my back and act like I don't know what I know. You know what I mean? A lot of people do all the time. They just walk away and disappear. But even if I did that, I'll only be trying to find a way to blow this motherfucker up. Just keep it I got it, man. Gee, it's all about African liberation, and not just for a short amount of time. I'm trying to make sure we never ever get back here. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you coming through. Love is love.
Peace, Sister
So,
Renee.
peace,
Yeah.
queen. Love and peace. So the limited time offer. How this next song we have the title. How did we get the title The Wheel?
Doc.
That's just a line in the song. Pretty much. I forgot exactly who said it, but you know, there's a saying out here that says like we are who we're looking for or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Um,
We are the leaders
and
that we're looking for.
We are the ones
absolutely.
we were looking for.
There you go. So, you know, kind of like going back to more than moments. You know, I speak about elders transitioning and who's gonna fill those shoes and things like that. So, for me, my verse on the wheel and even the title of the wheel, it comes from the fact that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. What the things that we're looking for, the things that we say we don't have, you know, we have so much resources. You know, I just want to big up my brother, UniverCity Ave, because, you know, one of the things that always stuck with me about a lot of our builds, about a lot of our conversations is that a lot of times we would always kind of end off talking about acquiring skills and resources. And that's so important. Like, once again, going back to more than moments, at the end of the song, I say dollars and cents make sense if your pennies can penetrate. And the reason why I said that in that song is because everybody that has a particular skill set has this thing where they like to kind of put themselves at the forefront of what liberation means. So Dr. Wilson and Dr. Neely Fuller gave us 9 areas of people activity, but we tend to only concentrate on the area that we're good at, right? So with me being a person of influence because of music, I might be like, yeah, we got to get to the people's minds through entertainment. But then somebody else who's an expert at economics might say that economics is the way, but we have to understand that it's every single aspect. And, you know, this war that we're in is 24/7. The cracker doesn't say, oh, you know what, today I'm gonna screw these Africans over economically, but I won't do it any other way. They do it in every single aspect, all the time, relentlessly. So in the wheel, I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Like, look, we have to use what we have and just do it to the max. I even talk about using crackheads and alcoholics.
Yep.
These are our elders. These are our fallen soldiers who have succumbed to a different weapon, but they're still amongst us. They're still amongst us. You know what I mean? And some of them, they're willing to do things for a couple of dollars so that they can numb the pain, you know? So you got a brother that might be on crack or might be an alcoholic, but he used to be a painter. He's still a painter, actually. And for a couple bucks, he'll teach you how to paint, teach you how to be a mechanic or whatever the case may be. We have a lot of resources amongst us. You know, I don't want to be too long-winded and, you know, get into the track, but, you know, that's what that really means. You know what I mean? But yeah, but that's what that means. It's just that, yo, we have it. We have the resources. We just have to know that they're there and use them.
Quick question before we get into the track. Is that Brother Taru?
No, that's King Saba right there.
Okay. Truth speaks power.
Yeah, True and Taru is 2 different people.
Okay, got it. All right, the wheel.
Let's get it.
Let's get to the wheel, man. Okay.
Exclusive. Aside phone. Shotgun for shotgun. Yeah. offer. I hope you appreciate it before my departure. The revolutionary thoughts that I am authored. Stop to smell the roses. See how compromised the soil is? Came to the conclusion. The solution is organized violence. Freedom all. Free the land. When freedom calls, be a man and pick up. Everybody got a part to play. Even the fool is fodder for the cannons, man. Sounds harsh, but the ground's scorched. Before you got this a voice, it sound off. Don't be outfoxed, got hands and be outboxed. Learn conventional and southpaw. If you got a ratchet, learn how to properly pop that shit. If you got landed property, let's get it poppin' with that farming, huh? If you want it with that coding and that hacking, we need our own internet. Let's get it rockin'. We got tradesmen cracked out and they're locked queued up. For a few bucks, you can step your bill skills and your tools up. Why reinvent the wheel? It's the same oppression way before Emmett Till. You can play it off, but the pressure's real. Locally and internationally, it's a tragedy. Let's link with our African diaspora family. Leave your religion at the door. The enemy don't care if you Hebrew, Christian, Muslim, or more. We should know we get war. Don't wait for the bullets and arrows. They've been throwing salvos. Jail cells, abortion clinics, pharmaceuticals, and the usual in the lab coat. And this is black gold. I want to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's why I'm in this revolutionary struggle. Some of you dudes' actions got me puzzled, but I keep trucking for the youngins. This is 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 for the youngins. They say that if it goes up, it gotta fall. Back then we wasn't eating, now we got a farm. Self-educated, I ain't got a master. I feel like Robert Small. It's simple, your temple is something that you gotta guard. Traders see you to the sky if you shine like you're not a star. Sun and God, eclipse, we be blacking out. Freedom or death, there ain't no backing out. United Front is the movement. Shit, I'm backing out. Looking past the crowds, I walk the land and you can have the crown. Just know I'm living black and proud. Even when I'm past the clouds, I remain striking like lightning when it's crashing down. Word to Shango, we don't need a hook, this killer instinct combo and grime on. It's 30 degrees on the block, still hot as the condo. They love to see us morning like Alonzo. Money talks, we switch up the combo. But truthfully, your mind blown like you lit the hydro. From top up. We make the rules, cause we hate to lose. And we ain't make the rules, but we was made to rule. This is for the youngins. 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 This is for the youngins.
Yeah.
It's for the youngest.
It's for the youngins.
Yo, shout out to all my to all the babies that was a part of the Liberation School empowerment program. You know, that's something that myself, King Saba, Queen Malkia, Bomani, you know what I mean? That's something that we were doing for a short period and was very impactful on a lot of families' lives. That verse is actually inspired by Liberation School, because we were, we would do field trips along with, classes and stuff like that. So, that was just like a constant build, a constant conversation with King Saba in particular, empowering the youth and not just speaking on our greatness in past tense, but how we are great right now and how we can harness that energy and continue to be great and be greater than we even were.
Ashe.
Michelle. Okay, the next track is Nothing Is Forever. No, Married to the Movement. Married to the movement.
DJ Esco, ET, D-Boy, you on the track. They say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution and ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front, this is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement. Say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution, but ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front. This is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement. Before you pick up a flag, no, right, say forward, go get you a bag. And get to the cash, put your family first, and then you will laugh. Your limits get fast, double your bubble, it's as simple as math. Be no goon at the pot, get you a crash. They know I'm from the mail. Genuine draft, not sipping, no tripping, just stick to the past. Raise the lagoon, deliver riches and rap. I never stop to freedom sitting on grass. We the future, not the king of the trap. We the future. We not gonna live in the past. Take destiny and we mastered it without having whips. Prepare, plan, and practice it. And all artillery aim is accurate. Our hearts high, no that's the tips. The aim is immaculate. They say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution and ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front, this is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement. Say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution, but ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front, this is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement.
She was fire, yeah. When I met her, I knew that she had to be mine, oh mine. I became a stalker. Every time I thought of her, I knew that the lover had to make her my partner. Oh, I can't go back. Wherever she is where I wanna be at. Won't lie, to stay in love so hard, can I get a witness like a Trump talk chart? Matter of time, when I'll be worth it to ask her for her hand, cause she know I be working. Hold a lie, like Robert Collins say, don't wanna be in bondage if I don't have to. Enough and I strategize. Girl, you see me fiending, could easily be talking about my baby. I'm talking about bringing me a side, like the North Star. Without my love for you, girl, I'd be so lost. Oh my.
They say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution and ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front, this is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement. Say money talks, I hope you flew. Late screaming revolution, but ain't gon' do shit. We united at the front, this is for the music. So when shots ring out, just know I'm married to the movement.
So I asked the question earlier, UniverCity, your response regarding the commitment to the movement. Mm-hmm. And you said it's inevitable. This is what you're going to do. This is what your destiny is. This is what you're always going to do, right? In essence, this question is for both of you. Do you require equivalent passion for the movement from your current or prospective complements?
Absolutely. It's not even a question. I forgot who it was who said, you will end up a slave if you're made. It's not revolutionary or something to that degree. But it's some I went over the other day while building with perspective compliment. It's something that's it's non-negotiable. You're gonna have to be able, because the thing about it is it's not gonna work if you're not. It's not gonna work as far as a BB Fahoudie isn't going to work. You know what I'm saying? And then my life becomes purposeless. A lot of people, would live for money or fame, for their careers, and all of these different titles that they put on themselves. It don't mean nothing without sovereignty to me.
Ashe, it must be the motivation.
Indeed. Going back to mind, body, and spirit. The same has to be true for our complement, because what you're potentially doing, if you're not being in alignment with it, well, they can't be a compliment if they're not in alignment, first and foremost. But I think that what you're potentially doing is inviting a war into your household, when you're not looking at things from that perspective, and I'm not just talking about a personality clash, but alignment as far as your goals and how you plan to rear children and everything that encompasses what we do on a daily basis. Why give yourself another war that you can avoid by practicing due diligence in picking a compliment, in picking the mate that's right for you, beyond just superficial things. It's very important.
Indeed. Is there anything you all would like to expound upon regarding that track specifically, Married to the Movement?
Yes. I just kind of wanted to expound on the fact that even though I said it in the verse, some folks still think I'm talking about a woman. I mean, I am, but I'm not. In the sense that you can feel that deeply about someone of the complementary sex, and that's great. But what I'm talking about is the level of commitment to a BB Toomey, a BB Fahoudie, and that's just a reinforcement of it. Like I in my verse, I personify, I made it a woman, something that I desire, personifying it into a woman and declaring my commitment to her, to it, and that's another one of my favorites, just wanted to say that. That's I like how that came out and how it was executed.
UniverCity Ave.
Yeah, that's kind of like my super vibe out track. You feel me? Like, that's my super vibe out track, man. Married to the Movement, it's kind of, I took a different, what I'm saying? I took a different angle to him, and even in the sense of kind of how we were just talking about when it comes to the compliments, being married to the movement is just being committed, and being committed no matter what the situation is. It's not about the circumstances. It's about you being firm on African liberation, no matter the circumstances. And every syllable in the song just personifies that.
Hey, I just wanted to say real quick before we go to the next track. Righteous ain't poor, gonna get you a bag.
Righteous ain't poor.
Righteous ain't poor, gonna get you a bag. That's what UniverCity said on the joint.
Yeah.
Righteous ain't poor,
being
gonna
righteous,
get you a bag.
All that righteous poor teacher, it's over for that. It's OVER.
Yeah. King Saba was highlighting that too. Yeah, money talks. I hope you're fluent.
Man, for real.
Yeah, because we gotta understand, when people, a lot of times when people think of being spirituality, there's a level of humility that comes with that. But I think what happens is humility gets mistaken with being a bum. I can't say it no other way but that, when people think of Jesus Christ, for instance, or when they think of Prophet Muhammad or things like that, I think most people have a picture in their mind of somebody with tattered rags, looking dusty, and just being a bum. But even down the scripture, when you read and you see how they was moving and the people they was moving with, and when they arrived in certain places, you will know that that's far from the truth. And that's another thing that we have to get our people out of is this poverty mindset. We got to get ourselves out of that. So that's one of my favorite lines in the song. But besides the song itself, righteous ain't poor. Go and get you a bag. You know what I mean? Because you're not gonna use it. You're not gonna get that bread just to give it back. Like right now with this reparation talk gaining steam. Sadly, based on a lot of people's mindset, a lot of that money is gonna go right back into the hands of our enemies. They're not. People are not gonna use it to acquire resources and skills, which is where we come in, because from now to the point of, if it happens, not that we're expecting it, but seeds have to be planted so a good amount of people that would be recipients, if it happens, will be able to do the proper thing with that money. But we ain't waiting for that. We gonna save ourselves regardless. Our enemies put us in this position, and we're not waiting for them to take us out of it.
I concur.
Shayo.
Nothing is forever.
Okay.
That's my gent. Let's get to it. Yeah, I think I said that for every song. But yeah, that's my gent.
Hey, I'm about to say it's hard not to, right?
Right.
At least it is.
Man, this part is just so jazzy the way it, the way it starts too.
So soothing.
Word.
Forever.
They say nothing is forever, but don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever, but don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever. It's people that wanna see you slipping. Don't worry about that. You're drowned in jealousy is vicious. We might look at the same, but we see it different. Really all you need is vision. In the back, man, don't all the wanna fade. 98, I started shadow boxing, they been throwing shade. And this in Southern California, so we know it rains. I embrace the storm. See, it's some suckers that ain't born. It don't matter what base you're on, as long as the race is warm. Kicking fire, the black Luke gang. Everything I spit is butane. Ain't leaving without the W. Shout out to Wu-Tang. Keep one up in the hole, now Hussein. That's just how I do things. It's a Suffolk gang for a reason. So-called comrades change with the seasons. Get started lives, I'm a bang to evil. But don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever, but don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind
mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever. However, I endeavor to be like Edgar Evers with a bulletproof helmet. No disrespect is intended, but the past provides lessons for the present. Like, why is my progress constantly prevented? How can I plan and manifest it? So I wrote a manifesto, injected with vibes that are ancestral. The essence, born naked, your only true dress code. Born with everything you need in a compact vessel. Essential, let your good ancestors be your trestle. As you venture through the threshold, growth takes resilience and gumption. You find that your biggest critics are experts at the art of doing nothing. It's like the rain and pain won't stop. It's all temporary. The kings won't stop. So don't stop. They say nothing is forever, but don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever, but don't expect my grind to end. I mess around and lose my mind trying to win. They left when it was raining like the sun wasn't gonna shine again. They say nothing is forever.
It tends to become that when white people feel serious and angry and upset about abortion, they come out in the thousands up to the millions to say, this is what we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to know them. I know it's not enough.
But that might be all we can get.
No. And guess what? I don't work with all I can get. What I work with is what I have. Listen, you have to have some confidence in the power of African people amongst ourselves to establish a foundation. And no, we have it. We have unattainable.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean, Sister Soldier with the powerful words at the end of that joint, man. That was like always one of my favorite shows to watch with her, that particular episode with her on it, man, because she brought that fire for sure.
What aspect of that message made you choose it for this song?
Kind of, as you can see, like a recurring message throughout the project is that confidence in your African
Confidence,
self.
yes.
And I mean, I couldn't put it no better than the brother UniverCity Ave did on the hook. Nothing is forever. And if you feel down and out, you reach you at rock bottom, whether it's on a personal level, whether you're looking at the state of our state, or just in general, that's just a message that I think is important for Africans worldwide to know, is that nothing is forever, and you have to have confidence in yourself, because you can pick, once you hit the bottom, there's nowhere else to go but up. But you can go right back down if you don't not only learn a lesson from it, but have the confidence that you can overcome and stay up. You gotta have that supreme confidence.
I shall. Anything to add, UniverCity?
Nah, he said it all. That's everything right there.
What you say? Me too, huh?
Hey, literally, and that's going. I see what you did. Hey, I told you she got balls, son. I told you she got balls.
Word. Nah, for sure, man. Yeah, nah, sis definitely got bars for sure. I'm a writer. Definitely a writer.
I'm gonna spin that on then. Sometimes you gotta have uncomfortable conversations. Might rub a couple people the wrong way, you know. More about all that. Action speak, silence can be lethal. Everything teach you, violence really lethal. Everything is see through, liberty is see through. Hey, why you think she's screaming me? Why you think she's screaming me?
Oh, so Jazzy, don't you agree?
And the violence you never let money disguise me, never let myself. Why she screaming me? Me too. Yeah, manipulation ain't no accident. Hey, bad body ain't no African. Too many fake con men getting past it. What's happening? Maybe masculinity need a makeover. I've been a pimp killer since the takeover. But what's manhood, the rape culture? Your man fly high, but he a straight vulture. He'll pray with you, didn't pray on you. I can only imagine your pain, sister. Through the struggle, I remain with you. Rumbling your name gripped up. Humbled by the strength flipper. They want us down and out, but we can't give up. Dr. Logger let the iron all speak the truth. Gotta have something different to teach the youth. Showing what we each can do. To defeat abuse. Sometimes the seal lips are sick too. Misogyny is criminal. No love for those who ain't defending you. Take time for you to tend to you. Always be here so I can listen to you. As you speak, silence can be lethal. Everything teach you, violence really legal. Everything is see-through. Liberty is see-through. Hey, why you think she's screaming me? Why you think she's screaming me? Pop doesn't corrupt. It defines speed. It defines you never let money disguise need. Never let myself. Why she screaming me? Me too.
Feel me? This situation ain't no accident. This won't lead to the liberation of the African. And every male ain't a man, and yet the perimeter gets wider when sisters cast their net. Hurts my heart that my presence is threatening, that action speaks louder, but the silence is deafening. We're so far gone that you aside with lesbians and resent any man that match your melanin. I understand, and it's in a deflection. Anything inside building with your reflection leads to defection. I done see too many brothers stepping in just to get murdered or hurt for being a good Samaritan. I done seen brothers adoring y'all just to be dismissed. That's the cornball. So I'm confused and I ask the question: is it that we ain't, or you need our protection? The race got a lot of suckers. Anyone that would bring you pain is not my brother. Can we put traumas in their proper place? Cause true masculinity can never be toxic waste. I choose you, never dignify the Dutch. We in a war, simplify. Please don't sissify our sons. If you know my heart, you don't need a stethoscope. Why we in competition about who get oppressed the most? Can we agree about what we both been through? Cool. Well, in that case, me too. I ain't saying that's wrong or right at all, but let's use this time to create some much needed dialogue. Is dysfunction a byproduct of our color, or do we know why they need to divine lovers? We need each other to survive bondage. We need each other to restore divine order.
Action speak, silence can be lethal. Everything teach you, violence really legal. Everything is see-through, liberty is see-through. Hey, why you think she's screaming me? Why you think she's screaming me? Pop doesn't corrupt. It defines peak. It defines you never let money disguise heat. Never let myself. Why she screaming me? Me too. Yo.
Man, that beat is so smooth.
Man. Yeah, that's what we on.
Indeed. So you say we gotta have something different to teach the youth.
Yeah.
What wisdom would you impart in terms of responsibility and accountability for self and one another?
Kind of like exactly what I said next. Give them different ways to defeat abuse. So we really need to identify the different. So basically, it's like we need to recognize what circumstances we in. You know, because it's one thing to say that we at war with non-Africans, we at war with ourselves as well, but to understand that it's in 2020 and not in 1920, and to understand that means something as it pertains to the state that we're in mentally, or the state that we're in as it pertains to spiritually or whatever. So, I really, it's kind of, brought it up. I think the song before last, I always say skills and resources. That's the only thing that's going to get us up out of this. As long as, we're continuing to acquire skills and resources and find them a way to transfer them to the youth, and get them to do the same thing, to acquire skills and resources that's going to benefit them and their descendants. That's the only thing I really should have said. I just said all that to say that.
And I hear people confusing insecurities, untamed ego, irresponsibility, lack of integrity, and lack of discipline as toxic masculinity, as though those characteristics are exclusive to males. Doc Madhi, please delineate or describe true masculinity.
You know what, the I think I said this a lot throughout the interview, but I think the first thing that comes to mind when I even hear the word masculinity is a confidence. A confidence in yourself, your abilities, and the willingness to be a man in all that it means to be a man, and that means to step up and to provide and protect. Now, when I say provide and protect, and this is something that I tell brothers all the time, in protecting your complement and in protecting your mate, you're not just protecting her when something jumps off. Like, there's a lot of guys that's waiting for a fight to happen to show his woman that he can protect her. But there's many ways that you can protect her on a daily basis. Sometimes when she's feeling away, but she doesn't want to say what it is and what's on her mind, and she's just like, oh, nothing, and you just be like, oh, okay, and go about your business. You just fail to protect her. Or rather, another word that you can use is to nurture, because not just women, but our form of nurturing is protection. And it's not just about if a physical confrontation jumps off. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but but basically, confidence in the abilities to provide and protect and the execution of said duties.
Nice. UniverCity Ave, do you have anything?
The only thing I want to add to that is just that, it's just you harmonizing. You come and you harmonize, you balance out the feminine, wherever it is at the moment. And like he said, we can do the same thing different ways. You know what I mean? So, that providing thing that he was just mentioning, a lot of times I hear personally from sisters that sometimes it's just being able to provide that safe space. So safety, it's not always from physical harm. Sometimes it's just from, again, circumstances of, the reality we live in, a place where they could, be feminine. That's what I hear a lot too. Like they want to be allowed to be feminine without it being, a negative thing or a bad thing, or without them having to be right back masculine again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which, I know a lot of sisters that'll tell you like they don't mind, but they still want that help. Like, yeah, I could do it all on my own, but that's not what this is about. So it just speaks back to the balance. And to me, it's kind of hard nowadays to say exactly pinpoint like, oh, this is what masculinity is for African, because I really think that we need to redefine it and come with some new standards and have it be agreed upon amongst, those of us who claim to be, a Safo, and, had that pushed forward as, the standard of manhood. We definitely know what it's not, though. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It ain't none of that sucker shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't got no problem with, we don't got no qualms with saying, nah, that's not masculine. You know what I'm saying? And it's things that it's already known. way before I was a Safo, even though, like I said, you know, before the water was broken. You understand? Like I always been a Safo before, man, anything. But I always knew, like, don't hit women. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my mom told me, but it just made sense. You understand what I'm saying? Or like, don't be a bully, don't be a mark, don't do stupid stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Like all of those things as it pertains to, you know, like dealing with your woman. It's very simple to say, treat people how you want to be treated, man. But
Sure.
man, that track to me really touched on a lot of things in the community that no one wants to talk about. And all of those conversations need to be had from, you know, everything that you can imagine that a black woman would possibly go through as it pertains to her relationship with the brother, but also brother's relationship with sisters and brother's relationship with other brothers and sisters' relationship with other sisters. All of these things need to be broken down and talked about. And one of the main things that I feel like might get glossed over, because I know it's going to be some people listening so hard, you know what I'm saying, that they're forgetting that they're not getting the jewels. They're listening to dispute what's being said. This is not no who get oppressed the most situation. Every single time a black man gets oppressed, a black woman automatically gets oppressed, and vice versa, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? There's no way for my children, if I got two daughters and I'm a father, there's no way for them to not be affected by me feeling that I'm oppressed. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that they don't get affected by that. So there's no way that they could see a black man constantly being murdered by whoever, whether it's another brother or the police or whatever, and that not affect their psyche. Even if they say, oh, that's not affecting me, but you know what I'm saying, they starting to want to date outside their race and this and that. There's a million things that creep into the consciousness, you know what I'm saying, because of the things that's happening. And we have to stop the we let them kill us with the Willie Lynch all the time. But the main one to me that they get us easiest with is the, you know, the battle of the sexes, all of that corny European stuff that we don't even do. We're not battling with our compliments. It don't make no sense. We on the same team. We battling with y'all. We revere our So we got to remember again, that's the difference between European culture and African culture. We're not battling our compliments. We building them monuments.
Indeed. Now, I want to add on to that and say that, like, yeah, one of the motivation behind that song in particular is that at the time we were crafting this album, you know, every United Front project, like, you know, every song deals with the warrior spirit. Every song deals with the revolutionary fervor that we need to get ourselves out of our situation. But every project has at least one song that specifically deals with a hot button topic at the time. And at the time that this was written, you know, there was the Me Too movement. So part of the motivation of doing this had nothing to do with aligning with said movement or anything like that. It was more to speak directly to the queens, because one thing we all have to understand as Africans is the reason why we have so many divisive movements among us is because folks exploit weaknesses, they exploit deficiencies, they exploit things that are actually happening to say, like, well, you know, for example, feminist movement, they'll get to the heart of the matter of what a lot of African women deal with, you know, with men. It's not like they can't come among us and create dissension and division if the problem doesn't exist. There is a problem there, and we have to address it. So, you know, that's kind of what the song wants to do is like acknowledge it and say, yo, let's create dialogue and deal with it so that, you know, either we can deal with our problems amongst each other and close ranks and close the door so the world won't see what's going on, or at the very least be able to deal with it amongst ourselves, you know? And that's just period, you know. We keep relying on outside forces to deal with things that they created, and a lot of times we only deal with the effect and not the cause, and you know, we don't go about it in a holistic manner. So, you know, we just have to get back rooted to our African selves and deal with our problems ourselves.
You have the best segues.
I do. I ain't even got the track list in front of me. I'm just word up. I'm just talking.
By my lonely. We get ready to talk about these false flagging people.
Oh yeah, this that joint right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one of them early haymakers too.
Unless he gone in the membrane. And that drove him insane. Since I don't do evil with plans to live like a true geezer, I won't succumb to tongue, gun, or root evil. Then I read it from my Bible app. And he told me the path I'm on is like a Chinese banker that's lonely. So I cross T's and dot I's. Deadbeat like a deadbeat pop. Pop is not mine. I stay silent with the silent round the salad. Evil, greed, envy, or greed. They ain't been around it. The movement's been co-opted. And the streets is not it. Stuck between a rock and a dice box, and glad it's not dick. I can either chisel or sizzle my way out this gate route and blowing my brains out. It's played out with mouths to feed and minds to free. I stay your side, pulled up and suckers' mouths for me. I thought that I could do it by my own, man. Trying to get right. So many folks are wrong, man. So you know I keep it on, man. No way for the home, man. It's no love for the phone, man. Yeah, well, you see, it's gonna take more than me. So what's it gonna be? You wanna be on the free. I thought that I could do it by my own, man. Ask yourself, don't be a slave to these conditions. We was raised to be forgiven. Not to ourselves, but those who changed us for them digits and rearranged it in prisons, projects, and crackers. So I'm raised first and last. Even after we finish, our power black being menaced. To anyone attacking our women, we smashing the limits. Still standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. Keep my heart from getting colder. If you feel me, I shame you. It's betrayal every day, though. I know the halo, so I stay low, swing low, sweet chariot. I'm gonna find the liberation train, go and see Harriet. Ain't no fear in take confidence and wearing it. Everywhere we is, flip the narrative. The symbols predicted our dominance. Me and my conglomerates. Right. So you know I keep it on, man.
See, nothing makes me angrier. When we talk about our civil rights and what we've missed, and here comes the Asians to join us. Here comes the Latinos in talking about their civil rights. Here comes white women in talking about theirs. The Mexicans, all these people. And I don't know if some of you are very, very young, but it's my experience growing up in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I never knew that anybody who was sent to the back of the bus because she was a white woman. Nobody was sent to the back of the bus because they were homosexual. Nobody was sent to the back of the bus because they were Asian and Latin. They were sent to the back of the bus because their faces were black. And now all of these groups are wanting to come in now and take the things that owe us. And some of our leaders stand up and say, oh, we're all one. We should include everyone that's going in. Every time I hear them do that, I just want to pick up a soccer shoe or something and throw it at the television. I thought that I could do it by my own, man. Try to get right so many folks are wrong, man. So you know I keep it on, man. No way for the home, man. It's no love for the phone, man. We have all you see. It's gonna take more than me. So what's it gonna be? You wanna be on the free. I thought that I could do it by my own, man. See, this is why I'm not mistaken by these leaders. See, anytime, first of all, you can't lead me when you call an organization rainbow because there's no black in a rainbow, as you all always know.
Unless he gone in a membrane. Insane.
I don't do either.
I had to read it loud. And he told me the path I'm on is like a Chinese banker. That's lonely. My fault, y'all.
You come in so hard though.
I was gonna bring it back, G. That's my. You hear me though?
Fire for real.
It is.
But we close it out with Dr. Julia Hare.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe. Oh, she was thugging.
She said there is no black in the rainbow. And here it is, 2020. And after the image of the rainbow has been commandeered by the homophiles for about 50 years now, they have added blue, white, fuchsia, black, and brown. There are homophiles misrepresenting the RBG flag, right? So when you say the movement has been co-opted, Doc, are you speaking of the Black Liberation Movement?
Absolutely. Absolutely. At the time I wrote, but at the time we wrote By My Lonely, I want to say that was 2016. Mm-hmm. It was definitely an influx of a lot of, at the time, what we deemed as suspect activity coming from, from all angles. There was a particular organization,
mm-hmm.
the Uhuru movement. They had a faggot front and center, you know what I mean, waving our flag. We had, we have a few other different formations coming in the name of Garvey and accepting certain behaviors or promoting certain behaviors, you know what I mean? So I mean, if you continue between the if you continue in the verse, I talk about going the gay route or blowing my brains out is played out. It's like we ain't doing that. We know as Africans what
is right and exact.
What is right and exact. And the thing about it too is that one thing that Africans have always done traditionally is promote life, period. You know what I mean? We're about the things that give life. So
life through lineage.
Exactly. So you ain't, what I'm saying? You ain't got to dig so deep. Like when people talk about, but homosexuality been around, like, yo, cut it out.
That don't make it right.
Cut it out. Africans have always stood on what we stood on. We're not gonna give it no title and no name because that's how they get. I mean, shit. Look at that flag and what they didn't put the whole every damn letter in the alphabet in their little thing they got going. You know what I mean? So we're not even gonna play like that. We know what Africans stand for. We promote life, period. So I want to say, aside from those anti-sexual activities, because we got to stop even claiming that some of these activities that these people are doing is even sexual in nature, is that we also have to acknowledge once again within our communities and within ourselves certain activities that's being promoted that's also detrimental to us. You know what I mean? Being carried out by
our culture, that's their culture.
Exactly. The gratuitous sexual activity, certain types of images and music that's being promoted as liberating and things of that nature. We have to look at all of that. Yeah. Because those is gateways to the gay shit, believe it or not.
To the faggotry.
Indeed.
Faggotry.
Like I'm telling you right now, as a child, I was uncomfortable listening to Snoop Dogg's Ain't No Fun If the Homies Can't Have None. I always thought that song was gay as hell. That's just real talk. I'm not trying to
behind somebody else. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, like never liked that song. I mean, and the thing about it is, that beat is so hard. You want to like it, but the fact of the matter is, even as a child, without somebody telling me that something wasn't right. I was like, yo, this song is gay as hell. Straight up. Notorious Big, me and my bitch. Like, I mean, it's the title alone, you know what I mean? But dude said some real wild stuff that I never could utter, repeat, or just be okay with. Never, like, even as a child. Now, when you look at the contrast, and mind you, like where Akintunde will say that, you know, he grew up in a household where his mother reinforced certain things. Most of my upbringing was all about example. Like, I can honestly say I don't remember anybody ever telling me you should always protect sisters. I don't remember. I don't recall anybody ever telling me that, yo, certain things is just gay as hell. But I was in an environment where you seen clear-cut examples and there was no confusion as to how you should carry yourself. You know, and that's what we have to get back to, you know, by our lonely, you know what I'm saying? Because we in this on our own. Ain't no allies, ain't no, you know, all this POC shit they throwing around and all that. Like, cut it out.
That's why I said I thought that I could do this by my lonely.
Indeed.
Like, for real.
Speaking of those fearless flames of righteous rage.
Oh, okay.
I'm
just trying to catch a body. Oh, man.
So,
go ahead.
So I want you to speak on what it means to you to attain, sustain, maintain, and perpetuate liberation without any apprehension, that fearlessness.
I mean, it's just about, it's really about understanding that it's not about how I feel. It's not about how I feel or what I think. It's literally only about what's going to work for African people. And that's the only thing that's going to work for African people. Us being relentless, us being uncompromising, us having no mercy or compassion or forgiveness for anyone but African people. It's the only thing that's going to work. And it's for certain. I can look directly to any amount or stretch of time throughout our story to see that, you know, once we start to deviate from that, that's when we continue to go further into our turmoil. You know, we got to return to our nature. And, you know, it's in our nature to be loving and all of these things, but we got to remember, you know what I'm saying, that when we do things that's out of our nature or out of balance with nature in general, you know what I'm saying, destructive things happen. And, you know, I mean, it's been a lot going on, you know what I mean? So if we're going to go into the right manner, if we're going to continue to push towards liberation, it's only one mindset that we can have, and that's a BB Fahudier.
BB Fahudier.
Indeed, BB Fahudier. Sure.
You trying to catch a body?
Yeah. Hold on. They're trying to catch a body.
If I had my way, I'd have been a killer. That's true. I would have had guns, and I would have shotgun for shotgun.
For shotgun.
If I had my way. But if I had my way, sorry, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I'd be probably dead somewhere because I would have used guns during those years. I was never a non-violent person.
RBG, we about it. War, all my comrades be about it. If it's about that money, we gon' see about it. Disrespect my mind, it's gon' be about it. Body straight black pride, we about it. Love all my family, be about it. And if it's about our people, we gon' see about it. Before I sell my soul, it's gon' be about it. Body, they can take my possessions, but can't break it. Progression, walking up the block, irate with the weapon. What you lying to the face of the West. Get touched up for trying to make an impression. I'm watching traders imitate our impressions. Cold world, I'm what you make an impression. If all I think about is love and war, does it make an obsession? You either raise hell to pray that you make it to heaven. You could be a warrior, God. Take it a set, RBG, we about it. War, all my comrades be about it. If it's about that money, we gon' see about it. Disrespect my mind, it's gon' be about it. Body straight black pride, we about it. Love all my family, be about it. And if it's about our people, we gon' see about it. Before I sell my soul, it's gon' be about it. We went from paradise to the blizzard. America the frigid, home of cold blood killers. Be the guards, never get self-images, badly injured. Told the hater black beginnings on the net. Turn the mission, never Christian superstition from a long line of gunmen. My great-grandpops was gun running for Miss Tubman. Revolutionary functions. If you ever disrespect our elders, I'ma melt ya. Shots flying from the hot metal like a welder. Potential CEOs is robbing for Easter clothes. Something that we should know is how to defeat our foes. Be strategic. The pledge of allegiance, oh never. White heathens get unpleasantly greeted with metal foes. Whoa, let's always represent the black standard of excellence. Rule number one, we don't negotiate with terrorists. The godly essence that's embedded in my melanin got me grabbing crack and snatch the skin right off a skeleton. Spitting all up in his face as I'm telling them I'm about to bury you and piss right on the ground you win. Race war, sound the horn, it's going
Down again.
Taking back the throne and we will never lose
A crown again. We about it.
All my comrades be about it. If it's about that money, we gon' see about it. Disrespect my mind, it's gon' be about it. Body straight black pride, we about it. Love all my family, be about it. And if it's about our people,
We gon' see about it.
before I sell my soul,
It's gonna be about it.
body. Valley in the shadows of death. Keep the pole close. Go avenge my ancestors
From the Gold Coast.
A kind not to easily be provoked. But invoke the spirit of Tukey Williams when I go low. Pro smoke with this cracker. And don't leave no roach. Bury the Dutch in the backwoods. Swish it from the fofo. Ball net from the foul line. They get eight, they still looking for him. He in the wall, going hard in the paint. We ain't afraid of them, they caving in from the weight. Sent agents to infiltrate, we sent them back a pencil case. Swear to God, the rod and the staff part sees. I come in the name of liberation, and we'll send you to see Garvey. This cracker existence, it appalls me. And traitors put me in a peculiar quandary. Bullets of Risha's divination, and never yielded, spells out body. And I'm digging for fossil fuel when I'm drilling. Body.
Shotgun to shotgun.
Yikes.
Man. Yeah, Ashe, to Mama Nina Simone.
Yeah, that track is hard. That's
So
a
for me,
UFG type track. He came through on that for sure. You know, that's his
man,
lane right there.
yeah. So for me, body is the sounding of the Akaban. And therefore,
Yeah.
as Bomani speaks about our revolutionary function, and UniverCity identifies the traitor, while Bomani says we have to deal with them and all enemies accordingly. And then Doc comes in and tells us how we're going to do it. You all are in different regions of North America, right? Is there a particular formula that you all use when collaborating on the projects, or does it just effortlessly, I can't get the word out, effortlessly come together? Does it just come together like that, or?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never made a joint like this. You know what I'm saying? This the only my second like official joint that I ever did, and I'm just used to making music in a group with people in the same room as me. I'm used to going to the studio at the same time, listening to a beat creating the whole vibe and everything from scratch. A lot of times the beat and everything being made from scratch. So this whole process was new. Me and O never been in the same room as each other ever. You know what I'm saying? And it was just the energy, kind of how he was saying. We got a lot of parallels in our existences, and everything like that. I really do believe that it was just something that was destined. So the process. It was a lot of sending tracks and files back and forth. The writing process was probably the easiest. The recording process was a little more difficult.
Yeah, it's very organic. I think that when you have minds as powerful as this collective of artists, United Front, Asafo is very effortless because we do have a standard. I've never had to get up with Akintune and say, yo, that verse is trash. Never. It's never been uttered to me. And we just know our way around the beat. We know our way around the recording booth. And at the end of the day, everyone involved understands the importance of their contribution and the importance of the mission. So any type of slacking off or any type of half-ass verses will not be tolerated or accepted. So we come into every track with that approach. So whether we're in the same room or across the country or whatever the case may be, it's always the same approach and it's always the same standards.
That's beautiful. And you also say that
wait till we get in the same room though. That's gonna be
divine.
A whole novel, yeah.
So we are more than halfway in, almost to the end. Message to the warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy.
If it's pressure, then we sure to bust. You ain't know we came to be victorious. No pain, no gain for the glorious. Haters always try to switch the story up. Why I walk, kinda fall, talk sorta tough. That's dealers, small dealers, fam. The streets need more of us. And Zigga came down, and that turned the toward up. This is a message to the warrior. Never lower your guards, keep high your calibers. Like a desert storm, know you wanna live fabulous. You ain't gotta go. Loso's away with the back, and just like ball a couple seasons, get to traveling, get caught trafficking now. 25 to life, your averages. Violence is the resort of being stolen by savages. Ain't no cavalry coming, no horses or no carriages. No, the ancestors in heaven building up palaces. My grip on the 40 giving me calluses. Seen pride, swallow the talented. Got folks behind bars trying to get updated like statuses. Crackers hate to see us move and wish for paralysis. Get killed mocking them birds. We put the pistol to Atticus and splatter Winston Tilly and adamant and that ain't it. Vengeance is mandatory. Your sisters demanding glory. If I come up empty, they gon' have to end my story. If it's pressure, then we sure to bust. You ain't know we came to be victorious. No pain, no gain for the glorious. Haters always try to switch the story up. Why I walk, kinda fall, talk sorta tough. That's dealers, small dealers, fam. The streets need more of us. And Zigga came down, and that turned the toward up. This is a message to the warrior. Too much
books. Not enough jab cross hook. Gonna leave your black ass kaput. War garners casualties, no lifetime guarantee. Fight to win, be disciplined with tenacity. Warrior code and ethics, don't be soft or chauvinistic. Talk and walk with a soldier's essence. The babies are watching. Handle your business. The word warrior is not gender specific. Study Asante, study Queen Nzinga, study Queen Nanny, study all the killers. Don't speak on the comrade, type it on your business. Move stealth and guard your intentions. Don't speculate, always investigate. Warriors seeking the peace and pray and meditate. Wars for warriors and we don't love it here. When an African falls, another African picks up the spear.
If it's pressure, then we sure to bust. You ain't know we came to be victorious. No pain, no gain for the glorious. Haters always try to switch the story up. Why I walk, gotta fall, talk sorta tough. Let's do it. Small illers, fam, the streets need more of us. And Zigga came down and that turned the tore it up. This is a message to the warriors.
Message to the warriors. UniverCity.
Yes, Queen.
You have an impeccable ability to balance the masculine and feminine warrior energy and sacrifice throughout your music. But I also hear you speak of heaven, palaces, and ancestors. Is this verse recent or from the archives before you actually began practicing Ifa?
Yeah, this prior to Ifa, but African spiritual traditions, they all kind of the same, man. I know was speaking to tribal we are. The beautiful thing about African spirituality and about African people is, as different as we are, we still extremely similar. Regardless of how we choose to express ourselves, we telling the same story. So, it's kind of one of those things that just translates because it's real.
Indeed. And Doc, you go into telling us who we need to study, how we need to move. You encourage verification of the information that we receive. You talk about recalibrating through meditation and prayer and covering one another. When it comes to the conditioning of warriors, has Baba Mwalimu Baruti had a significant influence on your development or maintenance of warriorhood?
Absolutely. Baba is very instrumental in putting a lot of things in perspective, because when I think of the word warrior scholar, Baba Baruti comes up to mind first and foremost, because he shows us the value in being both. In the military, I believe the Marines, they got something called a jarhead, right? Where it's just like
Correct.
A soldier that's just gonna take orders. He's a jarhead because he has his head is his mind is empty. It's just gonna be a person like that is just good for taking orders and carrying out missions. But excuse me. But a warrior's pardon yourself, hold on. Little horse. But a warrior scholar also has the intellectual proficiency to think for themselves and be able to take and process information and do what would be the most correct for the cause. You know, not just being informed, but being diligent, being able to do their own research and know exactly what they're talking about, and to be very sound in their motivation for the mission. Because, you know, when you're a warrior scholar, what happens is you eliminate the doubts, you know, because, you know, sometimes you could be a part of something and have reservations. You can have doubts, especially when it comes to particular leadership and things like that. But, you know, when you're in a position of being informed and also being able to carry out the mission, you know, it just puts you in a better position. So Baba Baruti, like I said, has been very instrumental. You know, that's I've had the distinct privilege of not only, you know, reading the books, but you know, have been able to actually be considered family, you know, and be able to actually, you know, sit, not just him, but, you know, also, you know, Mama Yah sit at their feet, and, you know, and to receive some of that wisdom, you know, mouth to ears. So I'm, you know, very, you're just very honored.
Speaking of the ability to do your own research, and we often hear knowledge is power, and I always disagree, because for me, activated knowledge is power.
Indeed.
And with that said, we're going into the third to the last track, Power.
Power, real black.
Powerful.
Shotgun. Hey. Power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. And now we don't deal crack with this raw business, so we still stack. Still power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. And now we don't deal crack with this raw business, so we still stack. Still power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. Been hella black. Been hella flagrant. Now it's dropping like Beretta's raising. Several gauges, us together dangerous. The spell forever gaining and never changing like eradication. Ancestors paid our warfare, so we guerrilla training. Still maintaining, never in my body. Stay astrobladed. From choking castles banging. Economics getting double, making half the payments. That's black. When you do it, you don't have to say it. Gave my eye, my heart, so she ain't have to wait. They still sleeping on me, half sedated. And I'm just getting acclimated. Comment wanna X me out. See me assassinated. Power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. And now we don't deal crack with this raw business, so we still stack. We still power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. And now we don't deal crack with this raw business, so we still stack. We still power, real black. Real power, real black. Real power, real black. Rock hard enough for you to feel that. Spells. Toll hell bells. I'm a Wally, ex-ambassador.
I was diplomatic like hell route.
But it was always
F12.
Few things we know: stress kills, sex sells, freedom and power.
Jail well.
With it comes great responsibility.
Ability.
And it is endless possibilities. I don't even want to rap. Let me talk to you. Lay down law for you. Bear this cross for you. Picture doing what you want to do. But choosing to be responsible. The people chose you to represent them and be vocal.
The ability to make decisions for millions at your disposal. Approve or deny propositions and proposals. Unwavering in your commitment to your total. It ain't always pretty, but we can't be iffy. Don't ride that fence. They about to activate the barbed wires and electricity. Power. I like mine black like my women. African soldier. Just playing my position. Roll with gods and goddesses. That's the basis. Frauds felt, heard the shots, trying to figure where the bullets lodge like Freemasons. Get the hell out of Dodge. We repatriating. Erasing races. I put my faith in my aim with aiming. Line my sights up. Price bust. Righteous raging. Kite up my comrades behind bars. We gonna break you out some chains, fam. Power.
How do we go further? I think that we as the people are going to have to examine our economic relationship to America and corporations and divest our money. In the same way blacks in South Africa had to divest from corporations that control their economy. I think that young people buy a lot of sneakers and jackets and jewelry, shoes and stuff, myself included. I think that we need to examine which corporations we're giving the most money to, and then we need to stop. And we need to not support anything that supports racism.
Power.
Indeed, Sister Soldier. She say, we as a people are going to have to examine our economic relationship to America and corporations and divest. And so for me, I see her acknowledging how we need to acknowledge and manage the responsibility of power and how that's crucial and generally taken for granted, let alone the many perceptions of power that are out there, right? So UniverCity, then Doc, given the realization and acceptance of your innate power, do your lyrics serve as self-accountability?
Yeah, absolutely. Because so it's crazy we talking about it on Power, but like Message to the Warriors, the whole concept of the song was created off of a speech given by Marimba Ani, and she talks about just not being afraid to go against the grain, and she talks about the behavior of African leaders. And one of the things that, to kind of just bring it all together, that along with, some of the things that Baba Baruti, along with Garvey, just, all of these things are concrete. If you are African, if you are Safo, any of the things that we claim to be, mind, body, spirit, everything you do should reflect what you're saying. So your actions have to reflect what you're saying. Everything that I say is a standard, the very minimum standard to keep me to. You know what I'm saying? So if I say something to the effect of, all praise is due to the Black woman, that means that I'm praising her even when I'm mad at her. You know what I mean? I still have to find a way to speak to her with the same appreciation and love, even when I feel slighted by her. You understand what I'm saying? So that's exactly what my lyrics are. They're definitely a benchmark to hold me to.
Indeed.
Absolutely. I'm not, I've made it policy to not say anything that I can't stand on, just to kind of, just keep it simple. Yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing I can't really back up. That's just something I've always tried to do. One of the techniques or one of the things I like to do when I write is, one, I don't know if people notice, but I don't really make a lot of like pop culture references, because that's one of the methods I use to kind of give verses like a timeless feel to them. If you go back to them 6 years from now, it's a little easier to still, it's not going to be dated because I'm talking about Cardi B or any person that's specific. Our issues throughout time have come in different forms and whether it's the traders or the representatives of the oppression that we face. Those faces and those names change, but the problems are always the same. So, you know, I just make it my business to just address the issue rather than the representative of the issue, if you will. And just keep it simple. Not necessarily with my lyrics, keep it simple, but keep it simple as who and what the target is.
Honorable.
So that's a little jewel for you writers out there, when you attacking subjects, a lot of the greats do that, they tend to not be too stuck in the now. If you want to make timeless music, that's something you have to be very aware of.
Share to that.
For certain. Ashayo. UF spoke of Dr. Marimba Ani, and I believe she is the next snippet. She's on the next track, Matriarch.
Oh, yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Ain't that crazy how the universe come around?
Right. Much love and respect to Mama Marimba Ani, another great elder that I had the pleasure of, actually meeting.
Yes.
Oh, let it rock, bro.
World African Sovereignty Time.
And only find solace in the fact that I know you're watching over me. I love you. I heard this being almost still one. Wretched with Bishop Berry. And here the tears come. Raised me till I was 8. And so much to many. Literally raised to feel it spiritually. You were wealthy. A given spirit raised 6 of your own. But greeted other people's children with open arms and open doors. Left a legacy, a great shadow to walk and put you on my altar. I stay quiet while you talking. In my mind, in my mind, in my mind, in my heart, in my heart, in my heart, in my soul, in my soul, in my soul, in my mind. In my mind, in my mind, in all things give thanks, 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 said this in all things give thanks, in all things give thanks. In all things, give thanks. I said disbelief, and it's like I'm right back in the kitchen on the east. Putting the fixes on the feet, in the garden playing collins and kisses on my cheek. When it made a matriarch, if she drawing on you, she ain't making art. Felt like I lost another mother, might as well take my heart on connection. Ain't nothing they can take apart. Your legacy is ours, we here to make our mark. And if it ever stop raining, we gon' make it all. In my mind, in my mind. In my heart, in my heart, in my heart, in my soul, in my soul, in my soul, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind. But what I'm finding in terms of African society is that to say mother is to say queen. So that it's really in the language is being redundant to say queen mother. It is assumed. It's incorporated in the concept of motherhood. Because motherhood it's a term that means so many things, but it's a political term. It's a cultural term. It means, it's like a set.
It is the one who is responsible for the society in a particular way. The one who nurtures the society, the one who stabilizes the society, all of those things. This is part of what it means to be an African woman. This is the legacy that we must use to inspire our development, in that brothers and sisters alike must reclaim and learn to use in terms of the strengthening and rebuilding of African civilization.
Asheo.
Asheo.
Man, bucket.
Now, I still get chills when I listen to that joint.
My heart.
You know, and that's the closing track of the album. So we have the intro, which really is called Grandma's Boys, but we ain't call it that for, and then of course the outro, we dedicated our verses to our grandmothers and just matriarchs of our families. And I just want to just say ashe to my grandmother,
Ashe.
Edris Nicola Torrington. She is everything to my family. I ain't even lie, I haven't played this for my family yet, because I just know the type of feelings it's gonna
conjure
evoke when they hear it. This track is very near and dear to me, because when I heard the track, just like I said in the opening line, I heard this beat and almost spilled one. Read your obituary and hear the tears come. That's a real, that's a real moment in putting this project together. Like I said earlier, I flew back to Guyana to bury my mother with my grandfather, and it was like coming full circle, because I hadn't been back to Guyana since I left when I was 8 years old. And my grandmother raised me up to that point, and she came to the States and lived with us, and imparted so much wisdom. And one of the things that always stuck to me is just what I put in the chorus is, in all things give thanks. She always would say that. And going back and being at her funeral, and not just cousins, but like people that lived in our village, and she raised so many people that have moved, went on in life to become great people in their own regard, and everybody had the same great things to say about her, and not to compare my grandmother to others, but when you look at like a movie like Soul Food and stuff, you see something that rings true in many African families, but we're losing those grounds where, because now the grandmothers, the mothers, and the daughters is all going to the same clubs. They listening to the same music, and, they're doing the same activities and stuff. Things are starting to get away from us. So it's like, as men in particular, and the reason, even though this is a project where you got two brothers that's helming the music, the message is rooted in the feminine principle, because we also want brothers to understand their purpose and mission, to uphold that as well. And I think this album is a proper representation of how you do that as a man. We ain't saying uphold a feminine principle by being a faggot. You know what I'm saying? You be a man, but you honor it.
Exactly.
You honor it. Like, this album is hard, but it upholds the honoring of the feminine principle. We show you exactly how to do that as a man, but at the same time, women can enjoy it and get something from it too, and feel honored and protected.
Ashe.
Asheo.
Yeah, Asheo. Ashe to Willie Mae Williams, Gloria
Ashe.
Powell.
Ashe.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, you know, everybody know my grandma on the block that my whole family grew up on. And, you know, the impact she had on everybody's life, it was kind of like I was saying, how she had just feed everybody. A lot of people might take that type of stuff for granted, but I always think about stuff like that. Like, it's not nothing small to feed someone, to ensure that they have sustenance for their body for that day, you know. And it was always love. It was always, you get the same size plate as everybody else. And stuff like that, at least to me, it helped to, you know, kind of basically all the BS that happened to you in life is easier to deal with when you got a lot of good stuff to remember as well. When you have all those memories. And one thing that I can say that I know a lot of Black people can understand. Like, I don't celebrate holidays, obviously, anymore. You know what I'm saying? None of them. Mother's Day, Father's Day. I know a lot of people do, no disrespect.
None of that.
I don't celebrate none. You feel me? But I will never, ever, 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 ever forget any of the holidays at my grandma's house when my mama coming with this pineapple upside down cake, and, you know, everybody coming with their little dish, and it's gonna go down. Like, you know, all of this death food for to eat. You know what I'm saying? This self-destructive meal. But you know, my grandma would sit back and look, and she'd see her kids didn't have kids that didn't have kids. You know what I'm saying? Our children had children that had children.
Children.
Forgive me. You know, and I just see the look on her face, like, yeah, that's all me there. Because, like he said, you know, this is a story that's been told over and over again because it keep happening. Sisters always hold it down, and we ain't giving reverence just to do it, just to say it because it sound cool or this or that. Like, this is our experience, but it's also the experience of the African man. You know, the Black woman has always been here for us our entire existence. So, you know, for us to continue to give reverence, like he said, it's not the Black woman is God alone. It's the Black family is God. You know what I'm saying? When I say matriarch, it's not saying that men are below women. It's to understand that Africans created a traditionally matriarchal society for ourselves because that's what worked for us. So at the end of the day, it's all about coming back into balance, coming back into harmony in that re-Africanization process. And we always gonna give reverence to those who, I mean, come on, man. My mom, my grandma, like, just like I feel like I caught the cheat code. Do you hear me? Cheat code. Like, you know, a lot of people, like, they talk like my grandma this and my grandma that, you know, as far as sometimes you get the stories about how grandmas were super tough. Like, my Grammy used to really sit on the porch with the shotty though. Like, no joke at all. Like, this is like, you ask anybody, like, dudes, they not cutting through our yard. They know better than cut through our yard. You know what I'm saying? And this is just, I don't know, man. Some of these like powerful sisters is why, you know, a brother like me love an alpha woman. Cause my grandma, it didn't matter because, you know, she could probably throw you as far as you could throw her. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't hearing too much from nobody. And you know, it's, man, I love that. I love that, you know, she made you, if you said you was somebody, you got to be that person in front of my grandma. I love that type of energy. And I think that is, you know, part of the divine feminine, you know, to challenge the divine masculine to make sure that we are who we say we are. So, you know, again, shout out to the queens.
Shout out to the queens. I don't even have to ask the question that I was going to ask because y'all answered it.
From a
You're right. And it was simply understanding motherhood as a cultural and political duty and responsibility in society that includes but is not limited to childbirth. How does the African man support motherhood? And y'all just
Indeed.
Man, ooh, okay. I'm over here cheesing. So Modupe, Adupe, to Olodumare, Obatala Oshun, Ashe,
I'll show you.
Sure.
Modupe to you two for allowing yourself to be vulnerable enough to share an intimate part of your lives and the relationships you continue to maintain with your Agun. Dr. Marimba Ani speaks to the significance of language and culture. It is imperative that we not only speak in alignment with African culture, but we must also hear with an African ear for us to be able to respond in context appropriately and adequately, right? Motherhood, as we see it in Western society, is not equivalent to what we mean when we refer to motherhood as Africans. As
Indeed.
Africans, we live according to the proverb, I am because we are. And you two just really flesh that out through your experience, sharing your experience. And therefore, motherhood is an enormous responsibility. We cannot afford to neglect in the way we nurture, as it is a stabilizing function within society. Right? Like the balance. Without it, we are in chaos. So we
Indeed.
said Matriarch, track 17, is the last track on the album, on the record. But I have 18.
Well,
Well,
there's a extra track or an additional track, a free track that is basically introducing an additional concept of Harriet Shotgun to the people. It's called Lalo. Would you please, Ambassador? Doc Madhi, OG, could you bust it down to him, the family?
yeah. This is just another aspect of warriorhood that we will be getting into. Look forward to it soon. In the next chapter of Harriet Shotgun, not Volume 2. Harriet Shotgun Volume 2 will be another story, but this is gonna be called Lay Low, where I don't want to give away too much, but pretty much I think we all know what it's gonna be about based on the title. But yeah, we're gonna get into a few good stories for the warriors that gotta really put in that work on a daily basis, and just the importance of maintaining secrecy, confidentiality, and just staying on code. And the track Laylo speaks to that, and also the upcoming Laylo projects. So look out for that soon. www.ufasafo.com. If you have not purchased Harriet Shotgun Volume 1 as yet, please hit us up on the website. Also, we will have physical CDs for those of you who've been asking. We're gonna have that soon. So besides your downloads, you're gonna be able to have a CD in your hand to look at the artwork and things of that nature. So we should have that for you. See, there you go. We're gonna have that ready to go in shortly. You can holler at brother Akintunde at Melanated Matriarch.
Yeah,
Instagram.
them joints official. And hold on, man. Let me just a quick sneaky peeky of the actual CD cover. I wasn't gonna do this, but since we rocking with the fam, it can get done. In fact, hold on. I ain't even gonna bust one of them open because they already made it. Oh, check that out.
Yeah, fire.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Fire.
Ooh.
that's nice.
When you see it though, like it's the color on it, foolish. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how we bombing. So that's gonna be on the site soon. You can holler at myself at Asafo Elite
One.
1. You know what I mean? You can holler at us at the underscore Vanguard 7. You know what I mean? All that's all on Instagram. You know what I mean? You could check us out at Facebook at the Vanguard United Front. And just get at us.
Yeah, but we definitely finna play this Lay Low joint for y'all so y'all can kind of get a vibe of what he's speaking of, as far as just the whole vibe of the joint. So just check it out and ride with us for a second.
Crushed down in the backseat, headed to the next state. Just left now while on a turnpike trying to escape. I couldn't tell you what I did, but you might snitch. Nowadays, 9 out of 10, that's how you get pinched. I won't say much, but I'll say this. It was my brother playing with my intelligence. Was the getting hit? Nah, it was a suit. His briefcase inconspicuous of his commute. But he pushed buttons, and he's a prostitute. He could be bought by prosecutors if you got the loot. He gets my people sentenced to ridiculous amounts of time behind bars and keep adding up the counts. I scoped him for months and got his routine. Now the cannons in the river, and he was last seen. You see me in the city, may stay in Jersey with Grammy or AR at Overfemi.
Yeah.
Shout out Overfemi.
Enemy respect, so I'm at him. Whack him even offense is self-defense. I just caught a body and I gotta lay low.
I just caught a body and I gotta lay low.
Shots long range, Midwest not big dreams up small pass, Chris Paul laying. Leaves on the family tree.
All saying what's a little more pain. Okay.
Hop off the roof and now I'm on trains. Crossing jurisdiction, I'm sure it's friction. But I secured the mission. Reality sinking in like rocks across the water.
Dark wind, I'm ducking off.
Prince of the Magnum, I took it off.
Like the law,
I ain't been the repercussions,
but I cut them off.
Identified.
Clean getaway, dirty artillery.
Bomb on the enemies. People getting free. This that new African embassy. And even if we did it, we ain't saying
We ain't saying so.
Woo!
I do pay.
Lord.
Man.
Shotgun.
Man.
Shotgun,
And as you can see, like that joy was short and sweet. We just got to it. You know what I'm saying? I handled mine, he handled his, and we got up out of there. Time to go. Lay low. That's it.
And on that note, I do pay for the goon who saw honoring you and both of you, so much so that they understood you were the vessel necessary to convey this declaration of African liberation through your African insurrection music. We here? Oh, everybody got their.
I could throw my camera on, I could do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we in the
Your
building.
knowledge, where you at, G?
I don't
There you
know.
go.
Knowledge ain't been around for 30, 45 hours.
Here you come.
I've been building with the God and behind the scene, man. He just been laying back, marveling at the work, man. Your Sista Rae held it down tremendously.
Let me find out y'all on some grand design. He on some Imhotep. He designing. We find out.
Word up. Yeah, the God just been marveling at the work.
That's exactly what it's on.
Now Sista Rae more than held it down.
That's exactly what it's on.
She was definitely and all that. You did.
Oh man.
We put the divine matriarch in her place. We restore her to her glory, and you can just behold the glory. You understand?
Always.
Who better to be Harriet Shotgun than Harriet? You understand what I'm saying?
I say y'all.
Indeed.
And you said 4 hours. It's 4 hours, Sister Rae. There you go.
And I thought it would be.
I love my brothers. My brothers wouldn't have been on here with me explaining this album.
Nah.
I'll just tell you that. So
no way, sir.
I can officially retire.
Nah, I'm glad you know that too.
Yeah. You understand? Oh, that's good. I appreciate y'all, man. We out of here. I got to shoot in like 30 minutes.
In 30 minutes. You stay on it.
What you doing? You doing a What's the Science?
After midnight.
All right, Lord. I'm gonna be tuned in.
You already. Love is love. Hey, catch www.ufasafo.com. Catch that Harriet Shotgun. You already know, man. You did.
Signing out. I'm an
You gotta
African.
get in tune with that whole thing. You have dynasty. You can't leave nothing out. Nothing.
Nah, believe that. Believe that. Come through and see the squad. Yeah. Only elite spitters. Only elite spitters. Believe that.
For certain.
All right, we out.
Peace, Kings. Alafia.
Alafia ni Ife.
Baby 40, yeah. Baby told me.
Baby 40, yeah.
Baby 48. Baby told me.
Baby told me.
It's my theme music right here.
Yeah. Now we gonna tell them. That in front. We tell them like this, yo. I'm an African. I'm an African. I'm an African. I'm an African. Yeah, y'all like that? No more. This man's mind is open. I'm an African. I'm an African. I'm an African. I'm a.
And let's motivate, let's develop by recognizing the common enemy.